Welcome, dear traveler, to the Buddha stories. This isn't just a place for stories, it's a sanctuary, a quiet harbor where the currents of life slow down and the noise of the world fades into stillness. Here you're invited to pause, to breathe, and to journey inward. For within each of us lies a vast ocean of wisdom waiting to be rediscovered. Tonight we embark on a path illuminated by the timeless teachings of Zen, a path that doesn't lead to a distant destination, but instead guides us back to ourselves. These 25 stories are like lanterns lighting the way through the shadows of doubt, fear, and longing. They whisper truths about letting go, finding peace in uncertainty, and embracing the beauty of simply being. In a world that constantly pulls us outwards, demanding our attention, energy, and relentless pursuit of more, the concept of the empty boat offers a profound counter narrative. Imagine a small vessel adrift on a calm lake, unburdened by cargo crew or a fixed destination. It simply is. This image perfectly encapsulates the essence of what we aim to cultivate: a state of being free from the heavy loads of expectation, judgment, and attachment that we so often carry. It's a space where the mind can settle, much like undisturbed water, reflecting the clarity of the sky above. Here you are not defined by your past achievements or future aspirations, but by the quiet potential of the present moment. For centuries, humanity has grappled with universal questions. How do we find lasting peace in a world of constant change? How do we navigate suffering, fear, and loss? How do we truly know ourselves? These are not new inquiries, they are echoes of ancient longings that resonate within us still. The teachings of Zen, a school of Mahayana Buddhism that originated in China during the Tang Dynasty as Chan Buddhism and later flourished in Japan, offer a unique and often paradoxical approach to these questions. Unlike some philosophical traditions that rely heavily on intellectual discourse or scriptural dogma, Zen emphasizes direct experience, intuition, and personal awakening. It doesn't offer ready-made answers to be memorized, but rather tools and perspectives to uncover the answers already residing within. The beauty of Zen lies in its simplicity and directness. It doesn't ask us to believe in complex deities or adhere to rigid rituals, but rather to observe our own minds, our breath, and the world around us with heightened awareness. Through practices like meditation, zazen, and the contemplation of koans, paradoxical riddles, Zen seeks to break through the ordinary logical patterns of thought that often obscure our true nature. It teaches us that enlightenment isn't a mystical state reserved for a select few, but a natural state of being that is accessible to all here and now if we simply learn to see with fresh eyes and let go of our preconceived notions. The 25 stories we will explore together are far more than mere anecdotes. They are parables, carefully crafted narratives designed to bypass the analytical mind and speak directly to the intuitive heart. each story deceptively simple, on the surface contains layers of profound wisdom acting as a small mirror reflecting a vast truth. They are not meant to be solved in an intellectual sense, but rather to be absorbed, pondered, and allowed to germinate within your own consciousness. Like a gentle rain, they are intended to soften the hard edges of our habitual thoughts, allowing new insights to bloom in their own time, in their own way. These tales address fundamental human experiences: the burden of clinging, the pain of resistance, the illusion of separateness, the pursuit of external validation, and the fear of uncertainty. Through characters like diligent monks, wise masters, and everyday villagers, they illustrate universal principles of impermanence: anicca, non self; anatta, suffering; dukkha, and the path to liberation. They guide us to examine our relationship with anger, desire, fear, and the relentless striving that so often defines modern life. More importantly, they offer practical, albeit subtle guidance on how to cultivate equanimity, resilience, gratitude, and a deeper connection to the present moment. As you listen or read, let these tales wash over you. Don't feel pressured to extract immediate lessons or to grasp their full meaning at once. Instead, allow their words to settle in your heart, not as definitive answers, but as seeds. These seeds may lie dormant for a while, perhaps even unnoticed, but with gentle nurturing, through your own reflection and practice, they may one day blossom into profound understanding. This journey isn't about accumulating more information. It's about shedding what no longer serves you, creating space for what truly matters, and rediscovering the boundless wisdom that already resides within. So find a comfortable place to sit or lie down. Close your eyes if you wish. Let the rhythm of your breath guide you into the present moment. Allow it to be your anchor, pulling you gently back to this very instant, away from the distractions and demands of the external world. And as the first story unfolds, know that you are exactly where you need to be. There's no rush, no pressure, only an open invitation to explore the quiet depths of your own being. This is a shared journey, a collective exploration of ancient wisdom that remains profoundly relevant today. Thank you for joining me on this path. Together, let us explore the quiet wisdom of Zen one story at a time. We begin with the subtle yet powerful lesson of the teacup, a seemingly ordinary object holding extraordinary truth. The journey inward embarked upon from the tranquil haven of Buddha stories invariably begins with a fundamental confrontation: the nature of suffering and our often unwitting complicity in perpetuating it. Zen teachings rooted deeply in Buddhist philosophy illuminate two core principles that serve as bedrock for understanding the suffering, dukkha suffering, arising from attachment, and anicca impermanence, the universal truth that all things are transient. Our persistent struggle to hold on to what is fleeting or to control what is inherently uncontrollable becomes the invisible chain binding us to dissatisfaction. It is through the profound practice of non attachment and the deep acceptance of impermanence that we begin to unravel these chains, discovering a lightness and clarity that transform our entire experience of life. This section will delve into three powerful Buddha stories that metaphorically unburden us, illustrating how our resistance to life's natural flow and our stubborn clinging to beliefs, emotions, and even material possessions create unnecessary weight. These tales are not merely parables of ancient times. They are timeless reflections of the human condition, offering profound insights into the chronic stresses, anxieties, and hidden burdens that plague us in the modern age. By examining them closely, we learn not just what to let go of, but how to gently release our grip, making space for true peace to blossom. The way to the teacup, the weight of clinging, our first lantern. The way to the teacup shines a spotlight on the immediate tangible experience of burden. The story begins in the serene quietude of an ancient temple nestled deep within mountains, where time itself seems to pause. An old monk, his presence radiating calm, sits opposite a young woman burdened by sleepless nights and a mind consumed by turmoil. Her plea is universal. Master, I cannot find peace. Please tell me, how can I let go of this suffering? The monk's response is disarmingly simple, pointing to a steaming teacup. How much does this teacup weigh? The young woman's initial confusion, then her simple reply, almost nothing, it's just a teacup, sets the stage for a profound metaphor. The monk's patient questioning about holding it for increasing durations, a minute, an hour, all day, gradually reveals the core lesson: the weight of the teacup does not change. He says, yet the longer you hold it, the heavier it feels. Life's burdens are much the same. The longer you cling to them, the more they weigh upon you. This parable directly addresses the Buddhist concept of dukkha, suffering or dissatisfaction, which often arises not from the events themselves, but from our attachment, upadana, to them. We suffer, the monk implies, not because of the teacup's inherent weight, but because of our act of holding. We grasp onto emotions like grief, anger, fear, regret, or even desires and expectations, believing that by clutching them tightly, we somehow maintain control, extract meaning, or prevent further pain. The young woman's furrowed brow and trembling voice are physical manifestations of the mental and emotional weight she carries. She is drowning not in external circumstances, but in the storm of her own mind, fueled by her unwillingness to release what is burdensome. In the modern world, this lesson resonates with startling clarity. We live in an era characterized by chronic stress, pervasive anxiety, and widespread burnout. This isn't solely due to external pressures like demanding jobs or economic uncertainty, but significantly fueled by our relentless pursuit of perfection and an illusion of control. We often become expert burden carriers. We replay past mistakes endlessly convinced that if we just analyze them enough, we can change what is already done. We project future worries onto every scenario, believing that by anticipating every pitfall, we can somehow prevent them from happening. We cling to unrealistic expectations of ourselves, of others, of life itself, constantly striving, constantly pushing, convinced that managing it all is the key to peace. Consider the various teacups we clutch, the teacup of past mistakes, the guilt and shame over something said or done, replayed ad infinitum, draining energy that could be used for growth. This form of attachment binds us to a past that cannot be altered, creating a prison of regret where self condemnation acts as the bars. The mind, in its well intentioned but misguided effort to learn from the past, often gets stuck in a loop of self recrimination, overlooking the present moment's potential for forgiveness and new action. The teacup of future worries. The incessant what ifs about finances, relationships, health, or global events building into a constant hum of low level anxiety. This future oriented anxiety, while seemingly productive in its attempt to anticipate and prevent negative outcomes, often paralyzes us in the present. It's a form of control attempting to dictate a reality that hasn't yet unfolded, leading to mental exhaustion and missed opportunities for joy in the here and now. The teacup of resentment. The anger held against someone who wronged us, poisoning our own inner well being far more than it affects the other person. Resentment is a particularly heavy teacup as it requires constant tending, a reliving of past hurts, a reinforcement of victimhood. It blocks compassion not just for others, but for ourselves, trapping us in a cycle of bitterness that isolates us from genuine connection and inner peace. The teacup of unmet expectations. The frustration arising when reality doesn't align with our ideal, leading to disappointment and a sense of inadequacy. We often project our internal blueprints onto the world, expecting people and situations to conform to our desires. When they inevitably don't, we cling to the should haves and could haves, suffering from the gap between our expectations and reality. This teacup is heavy with the weight of what if and the constant striving for an unreachable perfection. The teacup of control. The need to dictate outcomes, meticulously plan every detail, and prescribe how others should behave, leading to exhaustion when life inevitably deviates from the script. This teacup is perhaps the heaviest, as it directly opposes the fundamental truth of impermanence. Life is inherently unpredictable, and attempting to micromanage every variable is a futile exercise that generates immense stress and leaves us constantly battling against the natural flow. It's a frantic effort to impose order on a universe designed for flux. Each of these is a teacup we've chosen to carry, perhaps out of habit, perhaps out of a misguided sense of responsibility or protection. The monk's wisdom is simple, yet profound. The act of holding on is what creates the weight. The burden doesn't necessarily disappear from the world, but our relationship to it changes. By continuing to clutch, we are in essence refusing the freedom that is available to us, often out of a mistaken belief that letting go implies weakness or indifference. But how do I put it down? The woman whispers a question echoing in many hearts. The monk's answer is a twofold process rooted in mindfulness and choice. First, you must recognize that you are holding it. This is the crucial step of awareness, pausing to identify the specific emotional or mental burden. Many of us carry our suffering so habitually that it becomes part of our identity. We don't even realize we have a choice in the matter. We grip our pain, our fears, our need for control as if our very lives depend on it. This initial recognition, often triggered by a moment of profound exhaustion or frustration, is the crack through which the light of possibility can enter. It's the moment we acknowledge the teacup's presence in our hands rather than simply feeling its weight. Then comes the second courageous step. You must decide to let it go, not because the burden disappears, but because you no longer wish to carry it. Letting go is not an act of weakness. It is an act of courage. It is a choice made again and again, moment by moment. This is an act of liberation, not escape. It's a conscious decision to prioritize inner peace over the perceived security of holding on. The tears in the woman's eyes are not of sadness, but of recognition, a softening of the hardened edges of her long held beliefs, a glimpse of the freedom she instinctively yearns for. The monk's final, seemingly unsettling truth. Ah, but my dear, everything is already falling apart. That is the nature of all things. To let go is not to lose, is to make space for what is yet to come, is a direct embrace of impermanence, Anika. By accepting that everything changes, that nothing is permanent, we free ourselves from the futile struggle of clinging to what cannot be held. To let go is not an act of surrender to chaos, but an act of opening to the boundless possibilities that arise when we are not encumbered by the past or stifled by fear of the future. It is a gentle untying of knots, a significant step toward freedom. Guided meditation, letting go of the teacup. This meditation builds upon the story's core lesson, offering a practical pathway to release. Find a quiet place where you won't be disturbed. Sit comfortably with your back straight, yet relaxed, and your hands resting gently in your lap or on your knees. Close your eyes, allowing your eyelids to soften and bring your awareness to your breath. Take a deep breath in through your nose, feeling your abdomen gently expand, and then exhale slowly through your mouth, releasing any tension you might be holding. Repeat this for a few breaths, allowing yourself to settle into the present moment. Notice how the breath, a constant yet ever changing phenomenon, serves as an anchor to the present, gently pulling your attention away from the swirling thoughts of past and future. Now picture yourself standing by a tranquil stream. The water flows gently, ceaselessly over smooth stones. The air is fresh and clear, and you feel a sense of calm beginning to wash over you. In your hands, you hold a teacup. This isn't just any teacup, it is a vessel that holds all your current worries, fears, and attachments. Spend a moment really seeing it. What does it look like? Is it fragile porcelain or heavy stoneware? What specific burdens are inside that teacup today? Perhaps it's a nagging anxiety about work, a lingering resentment from a past argument, a fear of what tomorrow might bring, or a perfectionist expectation you're struggling to meet. Don't judge these burdens, simply acknowledge their presence. Allow them to surface without resistance. Feel their weight in your hands. Notice how your body responds to this weight, perhaps tension in your shoulders, a tightness in your chest, or a furrow in your brow. This is the physical manifestation of the weight of clinging. Now imagine slowly, gently bending down and placing the teacup on the ground beside the stream. You don't throw it, you don't forcefully discard it in a gesture of anger or frustration. You simply set it down with intention, releasing your grip. Watch as the flowing water of the stream begins to move around the teacup. Notice how, with each passing current, some of the burdens inside the teacup begin to dissolve, to dissipate, carried away by the gentle flow of life. It's not about making the teacup disappear entirely, but about consciously releasing your grip on it. Feel the subtle shift in your hands, in your arms, in your shoulders, in your entire being as the physical and emotional weight lessens. Sense the relief that accompanies this act of letting go as the water carries away your burdens. Feel yourself growing lighter, freer. With each breath you take, imagine releasing a little more. Inhale, peace. Exhale, tension. Inhale, freedom. Exhale, the need to control. Inhale, trust. Exhale, doubt. Repeat silently to yourself like a gentle affirmation, allowing the words to resonate within your heart. I release what I cannot control. I make space for peace. Or perhaps, I set down this burden. I choose lightness. I am open to what is yet to come. Stay here for as long as you need, allowing the stream to carry away whatever you're truly ready to let go of. There's no right or wrong way to do this. Just be open to the possibility of release and trust the wisdom of your own body and mind. When you feel a sense of completion, gently bring your awareness back to your body, to the sensation of the chair beneath you, to the ambient sounds around you. Wiggle your fingers and toes. When you're ready, slowly open your eyes, carrying this renewed sense of lightness and clarity into your present moment. Take a moment to notice any lingering sensations or subtle shifts in your state of being, a tangible sign of the freedom you have chosen. The Broken Vase, Embracing Imperfection and Resilience. The second Buddha story in this section, The Broken Vase, extends the theme of impermanence beyond emotional burdens to the very fabric of our perceived reality and the objects within it. It challenges our deep seated aversion to imperfection and our tendency to view breakage as ruin, instead, inviting us to find beauty and strength in what is altered. The morning sun illuminates a small temple courtyard where young novice monks perform their daily chores. Among them is Taro, no older than 10, whose small hands grip a broom, but whose mind is clouded with worry. Shards of porcelain lie scattered in a corner, a broken vase that had once adorned the altar, a sacred, irreplaceable gift from a revered master. Taro's heart pounds with fear and guilt. He expects swift and harsh punishment, even expulsion from the temple for his carelessness. Unable to bear the weight of his guilt, he retreats to the garden, hoping to avoid the inevitable, but the image of the broken vase haunts him, a constant reminder of his mistake. Master Haru, the head monk, finds Taro in his turmoil. Instead of anger or disappointment, his presence radiates calm. He kneels and begins picking up the pieces one by one with deliberate movements. He then reveals a profound truth. This vase was given to us by my teacher. Many years ago, he told me it was already broken. He said, "This vase will one day break, just as all things eventually do. If you can accept its impermanence now, you will not suffer when the time comes." Taro's initial confusion gives way to a deeper understanding as Master Haru explains that the vase's beauty did not disappear when it broke. Only its form changed. Its essence, its value remains. This Buddha story beautifully encapsulates the Buddhist teaching of anicca impermanence. All phenomena in life, relationships, achievements, possessions, our very bodies, and even our thoughts and emotions are transient. They arise, endure for a time, and then pass away. Our suffering, dukkha, often arises from our resistance to this fundamental truth, our stubborn clinging to the illusion of permanence, and our aversion to change. When we expect things to last forever, when we demand that they remain in a fixed, perfect state, we set ourselves up for inevitable disappointment and pain when they inevitably change or break. The broken vase serves as a powerful, tangible metaphor for this universal truth. Nothing lasts forever, and paradoxically, it is precisely this impermanence that makes each moment, each object, each relationship so precious. It imbues life with a bittersweet beauty that rigid attachment cannot perceive or appreciate. Furthermore, the story introduces the practice of kintsugi, the Japanese art of repairing broken pottery with gold lacquer. Master Haru declares, "We will repair it, not to hide the cracks, but to honor them." There is a practice called kintsugi, where broken pottery is mended with gold. The cracks become part of the object's history making it even more beautiful than before. This is a profound embodiment of accepting and even celebrating imperfection and the process of healing. It's a radical departure from the Western ideal of flawless perfection. Kintsugi doesn't attempt to conceal the damage. Instead, it highlights it, turning breakage into a unique feature, a testament to resilience, transformation, and a richer history. The repaired object, with its golden seams, tells a story of survival and renewal, often becoming more cherished and valuable than its original unbroken form. In a modern context, the lesson of the broken vase is profoundly relevant to our pervasive culture of perfectionism and our often crippling fear of failure. We are constantly bombarded with idealized images and narratives of flawless lives on social media, in advertising, through societal expectations. This relentless pursuit of impossible standards leads to immense pressure, fear of failure, and harsh self criticism when we inevitably fall short. Like tarot, we carry the weight of our mistakes, believing they diminish our worth and must be hidden or erased. We strive to be unbroken, carefully curating our public image and suppressing our vulnerabilities. This constant effort to maintain an illusion of flawlessness leads to exhaustion and isolation. But what if we adopted the Kintsugi philosophy in our own lives? What if we viewed our mistakes, our failures, our periods of hardship, our emotional scars, not as signs of brokenness to be ashamed of, but as opportunities for growth, as unique patterns that add depth, character, and beauty to our personal narrative? A strained or ended relationship isn't just a failure, it's a profound catalyst for learning about communication, boundaries, forgiveness, and self love. The cracks in that connection become golden lines of wisdom about human interaction. A career setback or unexpected pivot isn't just an end, it's a redirection, forcing us to discover new talents, unexplored passions, or more aligned paths. The break reveals new structural possibilities previously unseen. A personal challenge. Illness or a period of grief isn't just a burden, it's the very struggle that forges immense resilience, empathy, and inner strength. Much like the butterfly strengthening its wings as it pushes against the confines of its cocoon, a theme we will explore further in a later story. These experiences leave visible yet beautiful marks of endurance. The Buddha story invites us to shift our perspective from mourning what was to honoring what is, to see the beauty in the process of becoming, which inherently includes breaking and mending. Our cracks, our vulnerabilities, our past hurts, our imperfections are not flaws to be hidden. They are precisely where the light can enter, making us more authentic, more empathetic, more compassionate, and ultimately more whole and uniquely beautiful. When tarot admits, "But I still feel terrible, I should have been more careful," the monk wisely responds, "It is natural to feel regret when we make mistakes, but holding on to that regret will not mend the vase nor will it bring you peace. What matters now is what you choose to do next. Will you let this moment teach you, or will you let it trap you? This underscores the active choice we always have to be defined by our struggles and remain trapped in regret, or to be transformed by them and emerge with new wisdom. Guided reflection, embracing imperfection. This reflection guides you to internalize the Kintsugi philosophy, cultivating acceptance and finding beauty in your own unique journey. Find a quiet space where you can sit comfortably, ensuring you won't be disturbed. Close your eyes gently. Take a few deep, intentional breaths, inhaling slowly through your nose, feeling your chest and abdomen expand, and exhaling fully through your mouth, letting go of any tension. Allow your body and mind to settle, becoming present and receptive. Now imagine yourself holding a unique piece of pottery in your hands. This isn't a perfect, untouched piece. It has been broken and skillfully repaired. As you hold it, notice the intricate lines of gold running through its surface, clearly marking where it was once shattered. Run your fingers metaphorically over these golden seams, feeling their texture. This piece represents something in your own life that feels damaged, incomplete, or marked by past difficulties. Perhaps it's a past failure. You still regret a relationship that ended painfully, a period of illness or emotional distress, a moment of profound vulnerability, or a personal flaw you've endlessly tried to conceal. Bring that specific feeling or experience to mind, allowing yourself to acknowledge its presence without judgment. As you visualize this broken and mended pottery, now imagine yourself as the artisan applying the gold. As you work on your own metaphorical vase, notice how the cracks that once signified breakage now transform into intricate patterns unique to this object. See how these imperfections don't diminish its beauty, but rather enhance it, giving it character depth and a unique history. This object, much like your life, is not beautiful despite its cracks, but because of them. The journey of mending has added a new dimension of beauty and strength. As you continue this visualization, silently repeat to yourself like a gentle mantra, allowing the words to sink deep into your being. I am not defined by my mistakes. I am made whole by my willingness to grow. Or, my cracks are where the light enters. They are part of my unique beauty. I embrace my story. Feel a profound sense of compassion for yourself, for the journey you've undertaken, and for the inherent strength and wisdom you've gained through your challenges. Allow this feeling of acceptance and self love to wash over you, softening any remaining resistance to your own history. When you feel ready, gently open your eyes. Take a moment to acknowledge the shift in your perspective. Carry this sense of embracing imperfection, this kintsugi mindset with you into your day. Notice how it might change the way you view challenges, perceived flaws, or past experiences, transforming them from sources of shame into badges of resilience. The candle in the wind, adapting to change. The final Buddha story in this section, The Candle in the Wind, focuses on our dynamic relationship with change and the cultivation of resilience. It teaches us that true strength is not found in rigidity or resistance, but in fluid adaptability, a dance with the unpredictable forces of life. The monastery sits atop a hill, a place of quiet contemplation. One evening, a young monk named Kato approaches his teacher, Master Soan, burdened by fear and uncertainty. He feels his life is a constant battle against forces I cannot control. The winds of change are too strong, and I am but a fragile flame. He seeks protection from being extinguished. Master Soan leads him to a single candle burning steadily on the altar. The master asks, "What do you notice about its flame?" Cato observes its vulnerability to the wind. But Master Soan then asks, "What gives the flame its strength?" Cato naturally points to the wax or wick, the physical components. But Master Soan reveals the profound truth. The flame's strength comes from its ability to dance with the wind. To demonstrate, the master opens a nearby window, allowing a soft breeze to enter. The flame flickers, bends, and sways, appearing vulnerable, yet it steadies itself, burning even brighter than before. The key, Master Soan explains, is that the flame does not resist the wind. It moves with it, adapting to its rhythm. In doing so, it survives and even thrives. If the wind becomes a storm, the flame must find shelter. But importantly, the goal is not to avoid the wind entirely. Master Soan points out a crucial paradox. Without it, the flame would grow stagnant, consuming all its fuel without purpose. The wind challenges the flame, tests its strength, and keeps it alive. This Buddha story beautifully illustrates the concept of resilience, not as a rigid resistance to external forces, but as a fluid adaptability. Our instinct when faced with challenges, the winds of change, is often to resist, to build walls, to desperately try to control the uncontrollable. We crave stability, predictability, and a world that conforms to our desires. But just like the teacup, this resistance only makes us more vulnerable, exhausting us and making our flame more likely to be extinguished. When we rigidly resist the inevitable flow of change, we deplete our energy and increase our suffering. This idea aligns perfectly with anicca impermanence, a fundamental truth in Zen. Life is fundamentally characterized by constant change. The seasons shift, circumstances evolve, relationships transform, and even our own bodies, thoughts, and emotions are in a perpetual state of flux. By accepting this truth that nothing is static, we can learn to flow with life's currents rather than against them. The candle's dance is a powerful metaphor for this acceptance. It doesn't fight the wind, it integrates the wind's movement into its own existence, using the force to strengthen itself, finding its balance within the dynamic interaction. Furthermore, the story emphasizes the delicate yet crucial balance between openness and self preservation. While adapting to challenges is vital, there are indeed times when we must find shelter. This isn't about avoidance or denial of reality, but about wise discernment, knowing when to push forward and when to retreat, rest, and protect our inner flame until the storm passes. This balance is key to sustainable resilience. The wind, though challenging, also serves a purpose. It prevents stagnation, pushes growth, tests our inherent strength, and ultimately makes us more vibrant and alive. It is through these tests that the flame learns its own capacity to burn brightly even in adversity. In today's fast paced, unpredictable world, many of us feel like Kato. We're overwhelmed by rapid technological changes, global uncertainties, constant demands, and the sheer unpredictability of daily life. We often try to exert control over every aspect of our lives, clinging tightly to routines, expectations, and desired outcomes. We believe that if we just hold on tight enough, we can create stability and avoid suffering. But as the Buddha story reminds us, life is inherently uncertain. The winds of change will always blow, no matter how tightly we try to hold on to the illusion of control. This resistance leads to burnout anxiety and a feeling of being constantly adrift. Think about common modern scenarios: a career pivot, an unexpected job, loss, a shift in industry, or a new opportunity forces a significant change in direction. Do we resist this new current, clinging to the familiar? Or do we adapt, embracing the unknown possibilities and developing new skills? The adaptive individual sees this not as an end, but a redirection. Relationship changes. The natural ebb and flow of connections with loved ones, which evolve over time. Do we fight the natural evolution of relationships, demanding they remain static, or do we learn to adjust our expectations, presence, and communication to nurture evolving bonds? Health challenges, unforeseen illness, injury, or physical limitations. Do we lament what was lost, dwelling in frustration and self pity, or do we find new ways to live fully within current realities, adapting our lifestyle and finding new sources of joy and meaning? This acceptance of the body's impermanence is a profound act of resilience. Global crises, pandemics, economic downturns, or environmental shifts. These large scale wins can be overwhelming. The lesson of the candle encourages us to focus on what we can control, our internal state and immediate actions, and adapt to the larger forces beyond our individual influence. The lesson of the candle invites us to embrace life's uncertainties with grace and flexibility. Instead of fearing the wind, we can learn to dance with it, trusting that each challenge, each unexpected gust, holds the potential for growth and a deeper understanding of our own strength. As Master Soan tells Kato, begin by observing your own breath. In time, you will come to see that the winds of life are not your enemy, they are your teacher. The breath, ever present and always changing, is our most immediate and accessible teacher in adaptability. It is the rhythmic, constant movement within us that mirrors the external flow of life. By focusing on it, we train our minds to flow, not to resist. Guided reflection, dancing with the wind. This meditation helps you cultivate the candle's resilience, transforming resistance into fluid adaptability. Find a quiet place where you can sit comfortably, feeling grounded. Close your eyes gently and take a few slow, deep breaths. Inhale slowly and fully, allowing your chest and abdomen to expand, and exhale completely, letting go of any tension or expectation. Allow your body and mind to settle into a state of present awareness. Now imagine yourself as a single, steady candle, your inner flame burning brightly. See its warm glow, feel its gentle heat radiating from your core. Acknowledge this inner light and warmth as your inherent strength, your life force, your essential self. Next picture, a gentle breeze beginning to blow around you. Notice how your flame responds. It doesn't fight the breeze. Instead, it flickers. It bends it, sways gracefully, but it does not go out. It moves with the breeze, adapting to its rhythm, rather than stiffly resisting or trying to stand perfectly still. Allow yourself to physically experience this movement, perhaps a subtle swaying, a gentle release in your posture. There's no need to control the breeze or the flame. Simply observe their interaction, accepting the dance. Now imagine the breeze growing stronger, becoming a more substantial wind, perhaps even a powerful gust that challenges your flame. Your flame might flicker more intensely, bend more deeply. See if you can allow yourself to move with it, to adapt to bend without breaking. Feel this resilience in your own being, a strength that comes from flexibility, not rigidity. Acknowledge that even when things feel challenging or chaotic, your core essence, your inner flame, remains intact, capable of adjusting and surviving. If you wish, imagine the wind becoming a momentary storm, intense but not perpetual. In this intensity, visualize yourself wisely, finding shelter within yourself, perhaps a calm space in your heart or mind where the flame can remain steady, protected, but not extinguished. This isn't escaping the wind, but a wise act of self preservation, preserving your energy until you are ready to shine brightly again. Trust that you have the inherent strength and wisdom to endure and emerge from any storm. Repeat silently to yourself like a powerful affirmation, allowing the words to resonate deep within your being. I am resilient. I move with life's changes, not against them. My inner flame burns brightly even in the wind. Feel this truth embodying your being, a profound sense of inner adaptability and peace. When you're ready, gently open your eyes. Take a moment to integrate this feeling of adaptive strength. Carry this sense of resilience of being able to dance with the wind with you into your day, remembering that challenges are not obstacles to your light, but opportunities to deepen your inherent strength and illuminate your path. The Buddha stories of the teacup, the broken vase, and the candle in the wind collectively underscore the profound wisdom of non attachment and the acceptance of impermanence. They reveal that much of our suffering stems not from external circumstances, but from our internal resistance to change and our stubborn grip on what cannot be held. By recognizing the specific burdens we carry, the teacup, embracing the imperfections and changes that make us uniquely who we are, the broken vase, and learning to adapt with the flow of life rather than fighting against it. The candle in the wind, we begin to shed unnecessary weight. This path of release is not about becoming indifferent or passive. It is an active, courageous choice to engage with life as it is transforming our challenges into opportunities for growth and discovering a deeper, more sustainable sense of peace. The next time you feel overwhelmed, remember these simple yet profound lessons. Ask yourself what teacup you're holding, whether your cracks are truly flaws, and if you can learn to dance with the wind. The journey inward continues one gentle step of letting go at a time, preparing us for the next phase of our exploration, seeing ourselves and the world with the clarity of true self awareness. Mindfulness and self awareness, seeing yourself clearly as we journey deeper into the tranquil waters of Buddha stories, guided by the timeless wisdom of Zen. We arrive at a pivotal realm, mindfulness and self awareness. After exploring the profound release that comes from non attachment and accepting impermanence, the next crucial step is to turn our gaze inward. This section delves into the Zen concept of sati mindfulness, the practice of being fully present, observing our thoughts, emotions, and the world around us without judgment. It's about cultivating a profound self awareness that allows us to see ourselves and our reactions clearly undistorted by the mists of misconception or the shadows of unexamined habits. In a world saturated with distractions, where our attention is constantly fragmented by notifications, demands, and external stimuli, the simple act of being present has become a radical one. Yet Zen teaches us that true understanding and lasting peace don't come from seeking more information or external validation, but from stripping away the layers of illusion to reveal the clarity that already exists within. The Buddha stories in this section are powerful reminders that our perceptions, biases, and the narratives we construct about ourselves and others often obscure the truth. By engaging with these parables, we learn to cultivate a beginner's mind, Shoshin approaching each moment with fresh eyes ready to discover the subtle truths that self awareness unveils. This journey is one of unveiling, of gently removing the veils that prevent us from seeing reality as it truly is and experiencing our authentic selves. The empty boat, the illusion of blame. Our exploration of self awareness begins with one of Zen Buddhism's most iconic parables, often included in collections of Buddha stories, the empty boat. This deceptively simple tale offers a profound lesson on the nature of anger, the ego, and the stories we weave about external events. The setting is idyllic. A fisherman drifts lazily on a calm lake, seeking respite from the demands of life and the clamor of the village. Suddenly, a jolt. Another boat collides with his. His immediate reaction is a surge of anger. Who would be so careless? How dare they disrupt my peace? He mutters, ready to confront the offending party with righteous indignation. But as he turns, his fury dissipates instantly. The other boat is empty. It has simply drifted into him, carried by the invisible forces of the wind and current. There's no one to blame, no target for his frustration, no malicious intent to confront. The boat was just there, doing what untethered boats do. It floated it, moved it, collided. That was all. At its core, the empty boat highlights how our perception shapes our emotional reality. When the fisherman believed another person was responsible, his mind immediately imputed intent, carelessness, disrespect, even malice. This assumption triggered a powerful surge of anger, fueling a narrative of being wronged. But the moment he realized the boat was empty, the external situation remained exactly the same. A collision had occurred, yet his internal experience transformed entirely. The anger vanished not because the event itself changed, but because his interpretation of it did. The source of his suffering was not the collision, but his story about the collision. This parable directly challenges the ego's tendency to personalize everything. We often assume that actions, comments, or circumstances are directly aimed at us or are a result of someone else's deliberate intent to harm or inconvenience us. Zen teaches us that much of our suffering stems from these self created narratives. We build elaborate stories around events assigning blame, projecting motives, and feeding our own sense of being a victim or being wronged. When we do this, we create an invisible opponent, a target for our anger even when no such intent exists. The imagined enemy consumes our peace. In our modern, interconnected, and often hyper-reactive world, this lesson from the Buddha stories is more relevant than ever. How often do we encounter empty boats that trigger disproportionate emotional responses? Social media, a cryptic post from an acquaintance, a perceived slight in a comment thread, or an image that triggers comparison might ignite feelings of envy, anger, or resentment. We rarely consider the complex, often unconscious motivations of the poster, the vast context we're missing, or their own internal struggles that might be projecting onto their online presence. We react to the empty boat of an online persona, as if it carries malicious intent. Traffic jams. A driver cuts us off abruptly, or someone tailgates aggressively. Our immediate assumption might be utter disregard, aggression, or disrespect, leading to explosive road rage. But what if that driver is rushing to a hospital for an emergency, is profoundly distracted by a personal crisis, or simply didn't see us due to a blind spot, an empty boat of their own inner turmoil or external circumstances that has nothing to do with us? Workplace dynamics. A colleague doesn't reply to an email promptly. A project experiences an unexpected delay, or a team member seems uncooperative. We might jump to conclusions about their competence, their commitment, or their personal feelings towards us, fueling frustration and resentment. What if they're overwhelmed with other tasks, facing personal challenges, or simply didn't see the email due to an overloaded inbox? Their actions, like an empty boat, might be merely a consequence of their own currents, not a deliberate slight against us. The truth is, most of the time, other people's actions have very little to do with us personally. They are driven by their own inner currents, their stress, their fears, their distractions, their ignorance, their unique life experiences, their own empty boats drifting along. By recognizing this, by shifting our perception from assuming malice or personal attack to contemplating the possibility of no intent, we disarm our own anger. We realize that the collision isn't about us at all. It's simply the impersonal movement of life, a confluence of circumstances. Zen encourages us to observe our initial reactions without judgment. It doesn't ask us to suppress anger, but to understand its roots. When we can step back from the immediate surge of emotion and ask, is this truly personal, or is this just an empty boat colliding with mine? We create a space for understanding, compassion, and non reactivity. This practice frees us from the heavy burden of resentment and unnecessary turmoil, allowing us to respond with calm rather than reflexive agitation. It liberates us from being perpetually offended by the innocent, often chaotic flow of life. This self awareness is the first step toward truly being in the present moment rather than being dragged into fabricated conflicts. Guided reflection, practicing non reactivity, the empty boat. This meditation helps you apply the wisdom of this Buddha story to your own reactions, fostering a deeper sense of self awareness and peace. Find a quiet place where you can sit comfortably and undisturbed. Close your eyes gently, allowing your eyelids to soften, and bring your awareness to your breath. Take a few slow, deep breaths. Inhale deeply through your nose, feeling your abdomen gently expand, and then exhale slowly through your mouth, releasing any tension you might be holding. Allow yourself to settle into the present moment, feeling the support of the ground beneath you. Now picture yourself sitting calmly in a small, sturdy boat on a vast, tranquil lake. The water is still reflecting the expansive sky above, and there's a profound sense of peace. You feel the gentle rocking beneath you, the warmth of the sun on your skin, the peacefulness of being alone on the water, truly present. As you sit, imagine another boat slowly, steadily drifting towards you from a distance. You notice its approach, then gently it bumps into your boat, causing a slight, unexpected jolt. Notice your initial automatic reaction. What thoughts immediately arise in your mind? Do you feel annoyance, a sudden startle, frustration, or perhaps a flicker of anger? Pay attention to the sensations in your body accompanying these emotions. A tightening in the chest, a clenching of the jaw, a quickening of the breath. Allow yourself to feel whatever arises without judging it as good or bad. Simply observe it as you would observe a cloud passing in the sky. Next, shift your gaze to the other boat. Look closer. See that it is completely empty. There is no one inside. No pilot, no crew, no conscious will. It's simply being carried by the subtle movements of the wind and the current, an impersonal force of nature. It has no intent, no malice, no desire to disturb your peace. As you realize this profound truth, that there is no one to blame, no intentional slight, just an impersonal event, notice what happens to your initial feelings of anger or frustration. Can you feel them begin to soften, to dissipate? Can you see that holding on to them is a futile exercise, like trying to argue with the wind? Let these feelings dissolve like ripples fading on the surface of the water, leaving stillness and clarity in their wake. Feel the release in your body, the easing of tension. Repeat silently to yourself as a gentle yet powerful affirmation. I release the need to take things personally. I choose peace over reactivity. There is no one to blame. Feel a sense of spaciousness opening within you, a newfound freedom from the burden of blame and resentment. When you're ready, slowly open your eyes. Take a moment to acknowledge any shift in your internal state. Carry this sense of calm and non-reactivity with you into your day. Notice if you encounter any empty boats, situations where your initial reaction might be anger or frustration, but where you can consciously choose to respond with understanding, detachment, and peace instead. This practice cultivates a profound self awareness, allowing you to intercept negative reactions before they take hold. The mirror of truth, confronting your inner self from understanding how we react to external empty boats. We turn the mirror inward with the Buddha story of the mirror of truth. This parable addresses our deepest need for self-awareness and challenges the pervasive illusion that genuine happiness resides solely in external achievements or material possessions. It invites us to a profound internal audit, an honest confrontation with our true inner landscape. The tale brings us to a quiet temple housing an ancient, highly polished bronze mirror famed for its otherworldly clarity. It is not just a reflection, but a revealer, A wealthy merchant named Dai, successful and respected throughout the region for his business acumen, his grand estate, and his fine clothes, arrives at the temple. Yet, despite all his outward accomplishments and material abundance, Dai is deeply unhappy. He feels restless, burdened by an inexplicable sense of emptiness, a void that no amount of acquisition or achievement seems able to fill. Satisfaction always seems just out of reach, like a mirage. Hoping to find answers to this profound dissatisfaction, he seeks out Master Agi, the temple's head monk. The master, instead of offering immediate pronouncements or complex doctrines, simply leads Dai to the mirror and asks, "What do you see?" Dai, seeing his own reflection, his fine silk robes, his carefully groomed beard, his proud posture, all the symbols of his success, initially replies, "I see myself." But as he looks closer and the master presses him, "And what do you think of the man you see?" a subtle shift occurs. Dai hesitates, his voice wavering slightly as he admits, "I see a man who has worked hard, who has achieved much, but I also see someone who feels lost, as if something important is missing." The master's crucial insight follows piercing through the merchant's external facade. This mirror does not lie. But tell me, Dai, when was the last time you truly looked at yourself, not just in a mirror, but within? He then poses a series of piercing questions. When was the last time you sat quietly with yourself, without distractions, and asked, "Who am I? What do I truly value? What am I running from?" Some um This Buddha story powerfully reflects a central teaching in Zen and broader Buddhist philosophy: the critical importance of self awareness and introspection. In our relentless pursuit of external success, be it wealth, status, recognition, power, or even idealized relationships, we often neglect the vital inner work required for genuine and lasting happiness. We become so outwardly focused, so consumed by achieving, acquiring, and impressing others that we lose sight of who we truly are and what genuinely nourishes our souls. We measure our worth by external markers, creating a precarious foundation for our well being. In Buddhist philosophy, this tendency is linked directly to the concept of dukkha, suffering, and avidya, ignorance. When we cling to external things, money, status, relationships, reputation, as the sole sources of happiness, we set ourselves up for disappointment. These things are inherently impermanent and conditional. They cannot satisfy the deeper longing for meaning, connection, and peace that resides within every human being. Our ignorance lies in misidentifying the source of our contentment, looking for it in places where it cannot truly be found. The constant pressure to perform, compete, and conform in modern society often leaves little room for quiet self reflection, and over time, we may lose touch with our authentic selves, becoming strangers in our own skin. Thus, the mirror in the story serves as a potent metaphor for self reflection. Just as the physical mirror reveals Dai's outward appearance and the underlying fatigue in his eyes, true introspection reveals the complex and often hidden state of our inner world. By turning our attention inward, by daring to sit with ourselves without distraction, we can begin to understand the root causes of our dissatisfaction, the patterns of thought that bind us, and the authentic desires that lie beneath the surface of societal expectations. This self awareness is the first step towards healing growth and aligning our lives with our deepest values. The Buddha story of the mirror invites us to pause and ask profound questions. Who am I beneath the roles I play and the masks I wear? Are we living authentically, or are we performing for an imagined audience? What do I truly value? Are our actions driven by what genuinely matters to us, or by external pressures and fleeting desires? Am I living in alignment with those values? Is there congruence between our inner convictions and our outer lives? Or am I chasing after things that ultimately leave me empty? Are we mistaking temporary pleasure or recognition for lasting fulfillment? Consider this. When was the last time you sat quietly with yourself, truly undisturbed by notifications, endless to-do lists, or external demands, and simply observed your thoughts and feelings? What might you discover if you allowed yourself to look inward, not with judgment, but with curiosity and compassion? The answers to our deepest longings are rarely found in the next acquisition or achievement. They are often found in the quiet, unfiltered space of our own consciousness, waiting to be seen. Guided reflection, looking into your inner mirror. This meditation will guide you through a practice of self observation, inviting you to see yourself with the clarity of the mirror of truth. Find a quiet place where you can sit comfortably and undisturbed, allowing yourself to feel grounded. Close your eyes gently. Take 3 deep cleansing breaths. Inhale slowly through your nose, feeling your lungs expand, and exhale completely through your mouth, releasing any tension or distractions. Allow your body and mind to settle into a state of quiet presence. Now imagine yourself standing before the large crystal clear mirror. This is not an ordinary mirror. It is the mirror of your inner truth. As you look into it, see not just your physical reflection, but also the more subtle aspects of your being. Observe the emotions that are present within you right now. Perhaps a sense of calm, a hint of worry, a flicker of joy, or a touch of sadness. Allow them to simply be there without judgment or the need to change them. Next, notice the thoughts that are moving through your mind. Are they busy or quiet? Are they critical or compassionate? Are they focused on the past, present, or future? Simply observe them as they arise and pass like clouds drifting across the sky. Do not engage with them or try to analyze them, just witness their presence. Now bring your awareness to any beliefs or stories you hold about yourself. Perhaps it's a belief about your capabilities, your worth, your relationships, or your path in life. Ask yourself, what do I truly see? What am I holding on to that no longer serves me? What do I truly desire beneath all the layers of expectation? Allow whatever arises to come into your awareness without judgment, simply observing and acknowledging. This is a moment of profound honesty with yourself. As you continue to sit with your inner mirror, repeat silently to yourself as a gentle affirmation, allowing the words to resonate deep within your being. I turn my gaze inward. I see myself clearly. I accept myself fully just as I am. Feel a sense of spaciousness and peace opening within you as you embrace this unfiltered view of yourself. When you're ready, slowly open your eyes. Take a moment to acknowledge the insights gained. Carry this sense of heightened self awareness and acceptance with you into your day. Notice how this deeper understanding of yourself might influence your choices, your reactions, and your interactions with the world around you. The bell that doesn't ring, clearing the accumulations, building in the foundation of seeing ourselves clearly, the Buddha story. The bell that doesn't ring offers a poignant metaphor for how our innate clarity and peace can become obscured by the accumulations of daily life, emphasizing the need for conscious, ongoing maintenance of our inner landscape. The temple bell, a magnificent bronze creation, once resonated through the valley, calling monks and villagers to mindfulness. But over time, its sound grew dull, muffled, and eventually ceased altogether, producing only a hollow, lifeless thud. The villagers whisper, fearing an omen. A young monk, Rio, approaches Master Genjo, concerned. The bell no longer sings. What should we do? Master Genjo's response is simple, yet profound. He leads Rio to the silent bell, tarnished and dull, and asks, "What do you see?" Rio observes dust and dirt and cobwebs inside. The master smiles faintly. The bell has not been cared for. Its voice is still there, but it is buried beneath neglect. Before we can expect it to sing again, we must first restore it to its true nature. This powerful Buddha story serves as a direct metaphor for the human mind and spirit. Just as the bell's resonant voice was dulled by neglect and accumulation, our inner clarity, peace, wisdom, and inherent joy can become obscured by the mental and emotional clutter we gather over time. This dust and dirt can take many forms: unresolved emotions, lingering sadness, unexpressed grief, suppressed anger or unaddressed trauma, negative thought patterns, repetitive self criticism, limiting beliefs, habitual worrying, or cynical views of the world. External distractions. The constant barrage of notifications, endless social media, feeds the pressure to consume and the relentless noise of modern life. Attachments and regrets. clinging to past glories, lamenting missed opportunities, or holding on to desires that are no longer serving us. Master Genjo's instruction to Ryo: begin by cleaning the bell, work slowly and mindfully, paying attention to every detail, is a direct call to practice mindfulness, sati and shoshin, beginner's mind in our own lives. Ryo's initial hesitation, believing such a simple task couldn't solve the problem, mirrors our own skepticism when faced with the simplicity of spiritual practices. Yet as he diligently cleans, he notices delicate patterns, the play of light, tiny imperfections, details previously unseen. This mindful engagement transforms a mundane chore into an act of profound revelation. When the bell gleams anew and Rio strikes it, a deep, rich, pure tone rings out. The master explains, the bell did not lose its voice. It was simply obscured by what had accumulated over time. In the same way, our true nature, our clarity, our peace, our wisdom is always within us, but it becomes buried beneath the dust of daily life. Distractions, fears, attachments, and regrets. To hear our inner voice again, we must take the time to clean away what does not belong. This emphasizes that our true essence is never lost. It simply needs to be uncovered. In today's fast-paced, always-on world, many of us can deeply relate to the silent bell. We are often so busy juggling responsibilities, meeting deadlines constantly, doing, that we lose touch with our inner selves. We neglect the essential practice of pausing, reflecting, and tending to our internal environment. This can leave us feeling disconnected, uninspired, unfulfilled, or even empty, wondering why our inner bell no longer sings. The lesson of this Buddha story invites us to engage in regular self-care that goes beyond physical well-being to nurture our mental, emotional, and spiritual health. Just as the bell required diligent, mindful cleaning to regain its voice, we too must engage in consistent practices that clear away the internal dust. Mindful pausing, taking deliberate breaks throughout the day to simply breathe and observe. Journaling, a powerful way to externalize and process internal clutter, gaining clarity. Digital detoxes, consciously disconnecting from constant information overload. Nature immersion, spending time in natural environments to reconnect with stillness. Mindful movement, engaging in practices like yoga or walking meditation that integrate body and mind. Consider this. When was the last time you truly paused to clean your bell? Have you taken the time to reflect on what might be obscuring your inner clarity? Perhaps it's the constant barrage of notifications on your phone, unresolved conflicts in your relationships, the pressure to meet endless societal expectations, or a persistent inner critic. Whatever it may be, the first step to restoring your inner voice is recognizing what needs to be cleared away and then approaching that clearing with the same patience and care Rio showed the bell. guided reflection, clearing the dust, the bell that doesn't ring. This meditation guides you through a process of metaphorical cleaning to uncover your inner clarity. Find a quiet place where you can sit comfortably and undisturbed. Close your eyes gently. Take 3 deep cleansing breaths, allowing your body and mind to settle into a state of relaxed awareness. Now imagine yourself as a magnificent ancient bell standing tall and strong within a peaceful temple. Feel its solid presence, its inherent strength. Picture the surface of this bell. Notice the dust, the cobwebs, perhaps even some grime that has gathered on it over time. Each speck of dust, each strand of cobweb represents a distraction, a fear, a negative thought, an unresolved emotion, or an attachment that has been weighing you down, obscuring your inner light. Don't judge these accumulations, simply acknowledge them as they are. Now visualize yourself gently, patiently cleaning the bell. You might use a soft cloth, a delicate brush, or simply the warmth of your hands. With each slow, deliberate stroke, imagine yourself removing a layer of dust, a cobweb, a piece of grime. See the shining bronze beneath beginning to emerge. This is not a forceful scrubbing, but a tender, mindful act of care. With each action, feel a sense of lightness and release within yourself. As you work, repeat silently to yourself, allowing the words to resonate deep within your being. I clear away what does not serve me. I uncover my true nature. My clarity is always present. Continue this visualization, focusing on a sense of inner spaciousness and purity, growing as more and more of the dust is cleared. When you feel the bell is clean and gleaming, imagine striking it gently. Listen intently for the sound. Hear its clear, resonant tone ringing out, filling the space around you with its beautiful vibration. Trust that this pure, clear voice has always been within you, waiting to be heard, waiting to express your deepest wisdom and peace. When you're ready, slowly open your eyes. Take a moment to carry this renewed sense of clarity and inner resonance with you into your day. Notice how your perspective might have shifted and how you might feel more connected to your authentic self. The clarity of presence. The Buddha stories in this section, the empty boat, the mirror of truth, and the bell that doesn't ring, collectively guide us into a deeper understanding and practice of mindfulness and self-awareness. They reveal that much of our suffering stems from our misperceptions, our tendency to personalize events, our avoidance of introspection, and our neglect of our inner landscape. By learning to see our reactions for what they are, often projections rather than realities, by daring to look honestly into our inner mirror, and by committing to the ongoing practice of clearing away mental and emotional clutter, we cultivate a profound clarity. This clarity allows us to move through life with greater peace, responding to challenges with wisdom rather than reactivity, and connecting more authentically with ourselves and the world. The journey continues, always inviting us to look a little closer, listen a little deeper, and ultimately to see ourselves truly, clearly, and completely. Wisdom beyond logic and language, the unspeakable truths. As our journey through Buddha stories deepens, we approach a realm where the familiar tools of the mind, logic, language, and conceptual understanding begin to reveal their limitations. Zen, unlike many philosophical or spiritual traditions, often points beyond words directly to experience. This section explores how Zen guides us to cultivate a wisdom that transcends rational thought, opening us to insights that cannot be fully captured by language. It's about understanding that some truths are not merely spoken or read, but must be felt, embodied, and realized in moments of profound stillness and direct perception. The core of this approach lies in the Zen tradition of koans, paradoxical questions, or anecdotes used to break through the confines of ordinary discursive thinking. A koan isn't a riddle to be solved with intellect. It's a tool designed to frustrate the logical mind, pushing it to a point of exhaustion from which a deeper intuitive understanding, a satori, or sudden awakening can arise. These Buddha stories serve as our guides through this paradoxical landscape, inviting us to let go of our need for definitive answers and embrace the mystery of being. They show us that the most profound wisdom often speaks in silence, revealing itself when the mind quiets and becomes receptive to the unspoken. The silent answer, realizing what is already here. Our journey into wisdom beyond logic begins with the silent answer, a profound narrative that challenges our conventional notions of seeking and attainment, particularly in the context of enlightenment. The story takes us to a monastery perched high on a cliff overlooking the endless rhythm of crashing waves. Here, monks dedicate themselves to meditation and the search for enlightenment, guided by Master Zenji. A young monk named Haru Ernest, but plagued by doubt, approaches the master with a troubling question: what is enlightenment? How can I attain it? Haru yearns for clarity, for a concrete path to this ultimate state. Master Zenji, instead of offering a verbal explanation, simply gestures for Haru to follow him. They walk to the cliff's edge, where the vast ocean stretches out, breathtaking in its immensity. For a moment, Haru is captivated, forgetting his question. They sit in silence, listening to the waves. Minutes stretch into an hour, and Haru's impatience grows. He asks again, Master, I came to you with a question. Why will you not answer me? Master Zenji finally speaks, not with an answer to Haru's question, but with questions of his own. Haru, do you hear the sound of the waves? And do you see the ocean stretching endlessly before you? Haru confirms he does. Then tell me. The master presses. What does the ocean say? Haru frowns puzzled. It says nothing. Master, it is silent. Master Zenji nods. Exactly. And yet, does its silence not speak volumes? Does it not fill you with a sense of wonder, of something greater than words can express? Haru slowly nods. There is something about the ocean, its vastness, its power, its unchanging rhythm, that seems to touch a part of him beyond thought or language. The Master then delivers the core teaching: enlightenment is like the ocean. It cannot be captured in words or concepts. It is not something you can grasp or attain because it is already here within you. To seek it is like a wave searching for water. It is unnecessary, for the wave is already part of the ocean. Haru's struggle. But if enlightenment is already within me, why do I not feel it? Why do I struggle so much? Is met with the gentle wisdom, because you were looking for it outside yourself. True understanding comes not from seeking, but from being, from quieting the mind and allowing yourself to experience the present moment fully. Only then can you hear the silent answer. This Buddha story fundamentally challenges our deeply ingrained habit of external seeking. We are conditioned to believe that answers, happiness, or spiritual breakthroughs are external goals to be pursued and acquired. We intellectualize, we analyze, we accumulate knowledge, believing that enough effort and information will lead us to the ultimate truth. However, Zen emphasizes that true wisdom, including enlightenment, is not an external object to be found, but an internal reality to be realized. It is already present, just as the ocean is always present for the wave, even if the wave is frantically searching for it elsewhere. This teaching aligns directly with the Zen concept of satori, or sudden awakening. Satori is not a gradual accumulation of knowledge, or a state achieved through strenuous effort or intellectual reasoning. It arises spontaneously, often when the logical mind reaches its limits and finally surrenders. It's a breakthrough, a direct intuitive insight into the nature of reality. Like the ocean in the story, it speaks in silence, revealing truths that are beyond the grasp of words or concepts. The very act of seeking enlightenment, when it implies that it's something separate from us, becomes the barrier to its realization. The story also highlights the importance of letting go of attachment to questions and answers. Haru's desperation stems from his clinging to the idea of enlightenment as a tangible goal, a final destination. By clinging to this idea, he creates a barrier between himself and the very understanding he seeks. When we release this attachment, when we stop demanding verbal explanations or intellectual frameworks for truths that transcend them, we open ourselves to direct experiential knowing. We simply are with the moment, and in that pure being, the silent answer reveals itself. In our modern world, many of us are like Haru, perpetually searching for answers. We consume self help books, subscribe to endless online courses, seek advice from experts, and look for validation in the opinions of others. We believe that if we just learn learn enough, achieve enough, or find the right formula, we will finally feel complete or enlightened. But this relentless pursuit often leaves us feeling more lost, more overwhelmed, and more disconnected than ever, perpetually chasing something that feels just out of reach. The lesson of the silent answer invites us to pause and consider a radical shift in perspective. What if the answers we seek cannot be found in words, external sources, or even through deliberate striving? What if they are already within us, waiting to be discovered in moments of stillness and presence? Think about those moments in your own life when profound clarity or peace arose, not from intense thinking or analysis, but from simply being watching a breathtaking sunset, listening to a piece of music that moves your soul, or sitting quietly in nature. These experiences remind us that understanding doesn't always come from active pursuit. Sometimes it comes from silent receptivity. It is in these moments of quiet surrender that the ocean reveals itself to the wave. Guided reflection, listening to the silent answer. This meditation guides you to experience the wisdom that lies beyond words, mirroring the lesson of the silent answer. Find a quiet place where you can sit comfortably, ensuring you are undisturbed. Close your eyes gently. Take 3 deep, unhurried breaths. Inhale slowly and fully. Then exhale, completely releasing any tension or busyness from your mind and body. Allow yourself to settle into a state of quiet presence. Now imagine yourself sitting on a high cliff overlooking a vast, boundless ocean. Feel the cool breeze on your skin, hear the rhythmic, eternal sound of the waves crashing below. Sense the immense, humbling scale of the sea, stretching endlessly before you, merging with the distant horizon. Feel the solidity of the cliff beneath you, anchoring you in this moment. Allow your thoughts to settle now, like ripples fading on the surface of the water, or like dust motes gently descending in a sunbeam. Do not try to analyze, interpret, or control your thoughts. Simply let them be, observing them without judgment as they come and go. Now shift your attention from thinking to simply listening. Listen to the silence. It might not be a complete absence of sound, but rather the background hum of existence, the subtle sounds of your environment, or the quiet pulse of your own being. Do not try to find an answer or search for a specific insight. Simply listen. Allow yourself to be present with this silence, trusting that it holds a wisdom that transcends words. It is not about grasping, but about receiving. Repeat silently to yourself, allowing the words to resonate gently within your heart. I let go of seeking. I embrace the silence within me. The truth is already here. Feel a sense of spaciousness and profound peace unfolding as you rest in this state of non-striving. When you're ready, gently open your eyes. Take a moment to acknowledge any shifts in your internal state. Carry this sense of stillness, this quiet knowing with you into your day. Notice if you approach questions or challenges with less urgency for immediate answers, trusting that wisdom may reveal itself in unexpected moments of quiet presence. The sound of one hand clapping, breaking through logic, moving deeper into the paradoxical nature of Zen wisdom. The sound of one hand clapping is perhaps the most famous koan in the Zen tradition, specifically designed to shatter the limitations of the intellectual mind. The story features Sora, a young monk known for his sharp intellect, but also for his relentless pursuit of definitive answers. Master Ryokan challenges him with the seemingly nonsensical question, what is the sound of one hand clapping? Sora, confident that logic can solve any problem, immediately tries to reason his way to an answer. He claps his hands, tries to wave one hand through the air, but the silence mocks him. Hours turn into days, then into weeks, as his mind becomes a tangled web of questions, each leading to a dead end. Frustrated and exhausted, Sora finally returns to Master Ryokan, defeated. Master, I cannot find the answer. Please tell me what it means. The old master responds, Sora, you are like a man trying to catch the wind with a net. The harder you try, the more it slips through your grasp. He then instructs Sora, close your eyes, breathe deeply, and let go of your need to find an answer. Do not think about the question. Simply be present with it. When Sora finally surrenders, something shifts. He feels a sense of clarity, not in the form of a logical answer, but in the realization that the question itself was the point. The koan was meant to open the heart, to break free from the limitations of logic and experience the world directly. When he opens his eyes, Master Ryokan is smiling. Do you see now? Sora nods. It is not about finding an answer. It is about letting go of the need for one. This Buddha story lies at the heart of Zen practice, embodying the essence of a koan. A koan is not a conventional riddle with a logical solution. Its purpose is precisely to push the rational mind to its limits, to create a state of cognitive dissonance that can only be resolved by transcending intellectual understanding. Sora's struggle is universal, our ingrained belief that every question must have a verbal or logical answer. We are conditioned by education and society to analyze, dissect, and categorize everything. The sound of one hand clapping is fundamentally paradoxical. A clap, by definition, requires two hands. The koan forces the mind into an uncomfortable space where its usual tools fail. This frustration, when sustained and finally surrendered to, can lead to a breakthrough, a satori. It's not about finding a verbal answer, but experiencing a non-verbal realization, an intuitive leap that bypasses the intellectual construct. It forces a direct, unmediated experience of reality, stripped of conceptual overlays. The metaphor of trying to catch the wind with a net, perfectly illustrates the futility of intellectual striving for truths that exist beyond concepts. The harder Sora tries to think his way to the answer, the further he moves from the direct experience the koan is meant to evoke. It is only when he lets go of the need to solve it, when he simply sits with it in a state of open presence, that the true purpose of the koan is revealed. This letting go is not giving up. It is a surrender of the ego's need for control and understanding, opening the door to a deeper, intuitive way of knowing. In our modern world, we are constantly bombarded with problems to solve, information to process, and decisions to make. We are rewarded for being smart, for having the answers. This leads to a pervasive reliance on our intellect, often to the exclusion of other forms of intelligence. We apply a logical, analytical framework to every challenge, even those that defy such categorization, like emotional turmoil, existential questions, or the subjective experience of beauty. This relentless striving for intellectual mastery can leave us feeling frustrated, anxious, and disconnected from the deeper, more subtle aspects of life. The lesson of this Buddha story invites us to challenge this intellectual arrogance. It suggests that there are truths that cannot be grasped by the intellect alone, just as the taste of a mango cannot be understood by merely reading about it. Are there koans in your own life? A relationship dynamic that defies logical explanation, a creative block that resists analytical solutions, or a persistent feeling of longing that no external achievement can satisfy? What if stopping your intellectual net throwing is the key? Could stepping back from the frantic search for a solution allow a more intuitive insight to emerge? Can you practice sitting with the question without needing an immediate answer? This might involve accepting uncertainty, embracing paradox, and trusting that understanding can arise from a place of deep presence rather than mental effort. This practice is uncomfortable because it asks us to relinquish control and trust in a process that feels counterintuitive. Yet, it is precisely in this surrender that new possibilities emerge, freeing us from the limitations of our own making and opening us to a direct, unmediated experience of reality. Guided reflection. Sitting with the question, the sound of one hand clapping. This meditation guides you to experience the wisdom of a koan, teaching you to transcend intellectual striving. Find a quiet place where you can sit comfortably and undisturbed. Close your eyes gently. Take 3 slow, deep breaths, allowing your body and mind to settle. Feel the support beneath you, grounding you in the present moment. Bring to mind a question, a challenge, or a problem in your life that has been occupying your thoughts. Something you've been trying to solve with your intellect, but perhaps feel stuck or frustrated by. It could be a difficult decision, a relationship dilemma, or a persistent feeling of unease. Instead of trying to solve it now, simply hold it gently in your awareness as if it were a feather resting lightly in the palm of your hand. Do not grasp it, just observe it. As you breathe, imagine the question hovering in the space before you. You are not trying to find an answer, dissect it, or analyze it. You are simply allowing it to exist. Notice any thoughts that arise in response, thoughts of frustration, analysis, or the urge to figure it out. Acknowledge them and then gently let them go, bringing your attention back to simply being with the question. Repeat silently to yourself, like a gentle reminder, I release the need for an answer. I trust in the unfolding of the moment. Or, I sit with this question. I allow it to be. Chico. Allow yourself to sit with the question without judgment or expectation. Notice any feelings or sensations that arise in your body or mind. They are simply part of the experience. Just observe them without engaging. This practice is about creating space, not about finding a solution. When you're ready, slowly open your eyes. Take a moment to acknowledge the shift in your internal state. Carry this sense of openness and non striving with you into your day. Notice if you approach other questions or challenges with a newfound patience, allowing answers to emerge naturally rather than forcing them. The moon in the water, the illusion of attainment. The final Buddha story in this section, the moon in the water, beautifully encapsulates the ultimate futility of striving for enlightenment as if it were a separate object to be attained, reinforcing the idea that profound truth is already present and accessible. The scene is a tranquil temple courtyard on a calm night bathed in moonlight. The full moon hangs high, its silvery light reflecting perfectly on the still surface of a pond. Master Daiichi sits gazing at the reflection, joined by Riku, a young monk troubled by his meditation practice. Riku diligently follows the path, but feels no closer to enlightenment. It seems always just out of reach, like something I can see but cannot grasp. What am I doing wrong? Master Daiichi invites Riku to look into the water. I see the reflection of the moon, Riku says. The master then asks, and if you were to reach into the water to take hold of it, what would happen? Riku frowns, confused. The reflection would break apart. The harder I tried to grab it, the more it would disappear. Master Daiichi nods. Exactly. And yet, is the moon not already there, shining above us? The profound teaching follows. The moon in the water is like enlightenment. It is not something you can grasp or possess, for it is not separate from you. The more you chase after it, the further away it seems. But when you let go of striving and simply allow yourself to be, you will realize that it has been with you all along. Riku realizes his error. He'd been treating enlightenment as a goal to be achieved, overlooking the stillness and clarity already present. Master Daiichi advises, begin by observing the water. When it is disturbed, the reflection of the moon becomes unclear, but when it is still, the moon appears in its fullness. Your mind is the same. When it is restless, you cannot see clearly, but when it is calm, the truth reveals itself. This Buddha story is a classic Zen parable that powerfully illustrates the nature of enlightenment and the self defeating nature of striving when it comes to inner spiritual truths. In our search for meaning, happiness, or spiritual awakening, we often treat these as distant goals, believing they lie somewhere outside ourselves, requiring immense effort to reach. But as the story reveals, enlightenment is not something to be attained, but something to be realized. It is already present like the moon in the sky, waiting to be seen, waiting to be reflected in the stillness of our own minds. This teaching aligns directly with the Buddhist concept of non attachment. Our desire to grasp enlightenment, ironically, is what prevents us from experiencing it. The very act of chasing creates agitation and disturbance like ripples on the water, obscuring the clear reflection of truth. By letting go of this desire to achieve or control, by ceasing our frantic pursuit, we create the necessary space for insight and clarity to arise naturally. The story also profoundly emphasizes the importance of stillness and mindfulness. Just as the reflection of the moon becomes clear and whole when the water is still, our understanding deepens and our inherent wisdom becomes accessible when we quiet the mind and remain fully present. A restless mind constantly striving, worrying, or planning creates internal turbulence that obscures the inherent clarity of our consciousness. Only when the mind settles can the moon of truth shine through. In our modern world, many of us are like Riku, constantly striving for something we believe will complete us or make us truly happy. Whether it's a promotion, financial security, a perfect relationship, recognition, or a mystical spiritual experience, we chase after these things with the belief that they are out there just beyond our reach. This relentless pursuit often leads to chronic frustration, exhaustion, and a deeper sense of disconnection, as though the very thing we seek is constantly slipping further away. We are caught in a cycle of desire and dissatisfaction. The lesson of the moon and the water invites us to pause and reflect on this endless striving. What if what we're searching for is already within us? What if instead of striving, we allowed ourselves to simply be? What if we practiced sitting with the stillness that is inherently present, trusting that clarity and profound understanding will emerge, not through force, but through quiet receptivity? What are you currently chasing in your life, believing it will bring you ultimate fulfillment? Is it a sense of purpose, a specific level of financial success, a type of recognition, or even a particular spiritual state? What might happen if you stopped reaching outward for that moon and turned inward instead? Can you release the intense grip of desire and simply rest in the present moment? How much of your mental energy is spent disturbing the water, with frantic thoughts and plans rather than allowing it to settle. This Buddha story gently guides us toward the understanding that the most profound experiences are not achieved but received. They are revealed in moments of profound stillness when our inner water is calm enough to reflect the truth that has always been present. Guided reflection, seeing the moon within the moon in the water. This meditation invites you to experience the profound stillness that reveals inherent wisdom, reflecting the lesson of the moon in the water. Find a quiet place where you can sit comfortably and undisturbed. Close your eyes gently. Take 3 deep conscious breaths. Inhale slowly and fully, then exhale, completely releasing any tension or internal chatter. Allow your body and mind to settle into a state of deep relaxation. Now imagine yourself sitting peacefully beside a still pond on a calm night. The air is cool, and the only sound is the gentle rustle of leaves. Above, the full moon hangs high in the vast clear sky, its silvery light bathing the entire scene in tranquility. See the perfect clear reflection of the moon on the water's surface, its light soft and steady. Feel the serenity of this moment. Now picture the water becoming disturbed. Perhaps a pebble drops or a gentle breeze creates ripples spreading across its surface, breaking the moon's reflection into countless fragments. Notice how the image of the moon disappears, becomes distorted, even though the moon itself remains perfectly unchanged in the sky. This is like your mind when it is agitated by striving worry or desire. As you continue to breathe, imagine the water gradually settling once more. With each slow, gentle inhale, feel your mind becoming quieter, like the ripples subsiding. With each exhale, release any tension, any need to grasp, any impulse to strive. Watch as the surface of the water becomes smooth and still again. See the reflection of the moon slowly return, appearing clear and whole, perfectly reflected in the calm water. Repeat silently to yourself, allowing the words to sink deep into your being. The truth is already within me. I find it in stillness. I release the need to grasp. Feel a profound sense of calm clarity and inherent completeness unfolding within you. When you're ready, slowly open your eyes. Take a moment to acknowledge this feeling of inner stillness and connection. Carry this sense of calm and clarity with you into your day, remembering that the wisdom you seek is not far away, but resides within you, waiting to be reflected when your mind is still, the path of direct experience. The Buddha stories in this section, the silent answer, the sound of one hand clapping, and so the moon and the water, collectively guide us beyond the limitations of logic and language into the realm of direct experience and intuitive wisdom. They reveal that enlightenment, peace, and profound truth are not external goals to be intellectually comprehended or forcefully attained. Instead, they are ever present realities that become accessible When we release our conceptual frameworks, surrender the need for definitive answers, and allow our minds to settle into stillness. By embracing paradox, sitting with questions, and recognizing the futility of chasing what is already within, we open ourselves to a deeper, more embodied understanding of life. This path of intuitive knowing invites us to trust our inner wisdom and find clarity not in verbose explanations, but in the profound silence of being. The journey continues, always inviting us to look beyond the surface, to listen beyond words, and to realize the boundless wisdom that is inherently our own. Adaptability and resilience, strength through flexibility, as our exploration of Buddha stories unfolds, revealing the depths of non attachment impermanence and the wisdom beyond logic, we arrive at a vital insight. True strength isn't found in rigidity, but in flexibility and adaptability. In a world defined by constant change, our ability to bend without breaking to flow with the currents rather than resisting them becomes our greatest asset. This section delves into how Zen cultivates a profound sense of resilience, not as a defiant stance against adversity, but as a graceful dance with life's unpredictable forces. It's about understanding that strength lies in yielding, in persistence, and in finding our balance amidst the inevitable winds of change. The core principle animating these stories is often referred to as Wu Wei in Taoist philosophy, a concept profoundly integrated into Zen. Wu Wei is often translated as effortless action or non resistance. It doesn't mean passivity or inaction, but rather aligning oneself with the natural flow of existence, like water finding its path around an obstacle. When we cease struggling against what cannot be controlled and instead learn to move with it, we conserve our energy, reduce our suffering, and open ourselves to innovative solutions and unforeseen pathways. These Buddha stories illuminate how this gentle yet powerful flexibility allows us to not only survive, but to thrive amidst life's challenges. The bamboo grove bending, without breaking our journey into adaptability, begins with the bamboo grove, a powerful Buddha story that provides a clear visual metaphor for enduring life's storms. The story places us in a serene bamboo grove where tall, seemingly unyielding stalks whisper secrets to the wind. Master Ren, an old monk, meditates beneath a towering bamboo. A young man named Hero, known for his fiery temper and frustration, seeks guidance. His anger burns everything in its path, including me. I try to control it, but the harder I try, the more it consumes me. Master Ren points to the bamboo. They are strong, aren't they? Tall and unyielding. And yet, when the wind blows, they bend. Watch. A gust sweeps through, and the bamboo sways gracefully, bowing to the force, then returning upright as if nothing happened. The master asks, "Now imagine if the bamboo refused to bend, what would happen?" Hero replies, "It would break." Master Ren confirms, "Exactly. The bamboo survives not because it resists the wind, but because it yields to it. It does not fight against the forces it cannot control. Instead, it moves with them, allowing itself to adapt and endure." Hero struggles to connect this to his anger. The monk explains, "Your anger is like the wind. It is a force of nature, powerful, unpredictable, and beyond your control. The more you resist it, the more it will push against you until something inside you breaks. But if you learn to bend with it, to acknowledge its presence without letting it consume you, you will find that it passes more quickly than you think." The master even plays a flute, demonstrating how breath like wind can be shaped into music, not suppressed. "So I don't have to fight my anger," Hero concludes. "I just have to let it move through me, like the wind through the bamboo." Master Ren affirms, "Yes, and remember, bending does not mean weakness. It means resilience. The bamboo bends, but it does not break. So too can you." This Buddha story brilliantly illustrates the core Zen principle that resistance often leads to suffering. When we stubbornly fight against powerful emotions like anger, fear, or sadness, we give them more power over us, trapping ourselves in a cycle of internal conflict. Hero's experience with his temper perfectly embodies this. The harder he tries to control it, the more it consumes him. This is because true control isn't about suppression, but about mindful engagement. The bamboo serves as a perfect metaphor for resilience through flexibility. Its strength isn't in its rigidness, but in its ability to adapt to external pressure. When a powerful wind blows, a rigid tree might snap, but the flexible bamboo sways and returns to its upright position, absorbing the force rather than opposing it. This idea aligns with the Buddhist concept of equanimity, a state of mental calmness and balance, especially in difficult situations. Equanimity doesn't mean suppressing emotions or becoming indifferent. Rather, it means cultivating the ability to observe our emotions as passing phenomena without being overwhelmed or swept away by them. It's about acknowledging their presence without letting them dictate our actions or inner state. In our contemporary world, many of us struggle deeply with anger and frustration, whether it's ignited by daily annoyances like traffic jams, the relentless stress of the workplace, political disagreements, or deeply personal conflicts. These emotions can feel overwhelmingly powerful. Our common response is often one of two extremes. Either we try to suppress them, pushing them down only to have them resurface later with greater intensity, perhaps as passive aggression or chronic anxiety, or we lash out impulsively, causing harm to ourselves, our relationships, and our peace of mind. Both approaches leave us exhausted and unfulfilled. The lesson of the bamboo, profoundly illustrated in this Buddha story, reminds us that there is another more effective way. Instead of fighting against our emotions, we can learn to work with them to bend with their force until they naturally subside. This doesn't mean allowing anger to control us, but rather observing its rise, acknowledging its presence, and choosing our response with conscious awareness. Practical applications might include taking a deep breath. Before reacting to a provocation, pausing to breathe allows a moment of space to choose a response. Mindful observation, noticing the physical sensations of anger in the body without attaching a narrative to it. Where do I feel this anger? Is it hot, tight? Journaling, writing about our feelings, can help externalize them, providing perspective and reducing their immediate grip. Non judgmental acceptance, giving ourselves permission to feel angry without self criticism, understanding that it's a natural human emotion, but one that doesn't need to control our actions. Consider this: the next time you feel anger rising within you, pause and ask yourself, what would the bamboo do? Can you bend instead of breaking? Can you let the emotion move through you without clinging to it or allowing it to dictate your behavior? This shift from resistance to fluidity allows the wind to pass, leaving you more resilient and intact than before. It transforms the potential for destructive outburst into an opportunity for profound self mastery. Guided reflection, becoming like bamboo, the bamboo grove. This meditation invites you to embody the resilience and flexibility of bamboo, helping you navigate strong emotions with grace. Find a quiet place where you can sit comfortably, ensuring you are undisturbed. Close your eyes gently. Take 3 deep, conscious breaths. Inhale slowly and fully, and exhale completely, releasing any tension or internal resistance. Allow your body and mind to settle into a state of present awareness. Now imagine yourself standing tall and strong in a vast, serene bamboo grove. Feel your feet firmly rooted in the earth, sensing the deep stability of your foundation. Picture yourself as one of these graceful bamboo stalks, slender yet incredibly strong. Notice how the other bamboo stalks around you sway gently in the breeze. Now picture a gentle wind beginning to blow through the grove. Feel it moving around you. As it moves, the bamboo sways, bending gracefully. It doesn't fight the wind. It yields, moves with the force, and then gently returns to its upright position when the wind passes. It bends, but it never breaks. Bring to mind a strong emotion you sometimes struggle with, perhaps anger, frustration, or overwhelming pressure. Imagine this emotion as a gust of wind blowing through your being. As this wind of emotion passes through you, allow yourself to bend with it. Feel its force, acknowledge its presence, but do not resist it or try to hold on to it. Simply allow it to move through you like the wind through the bamboo. Notice how your body feels as you allow this bending, this yielding, There's a subtle strength in this flexibility. Repeat silently to yourself, like a gentle, empowering mantra: I am strong like the bamboo. I bend, but I do not break. I allow emotions to move through me. Feel this truth resonating within your core, cultivating a sense of inner peace and unshakable resilience. When you're ready, gently open your eyes. Take a moment to acknowledge any shift up in your internal state. Carry this sense of resilience and fluid strength with you into your day. Notice how you might respond differently to challenging situations, choosing to bend rather than resist, and finding peace in your own adaptability. The stone and the stream, the power of persistence and flow. Building on the concept of flexibility, the stone and the stream introduces another vital aspect of adaptability: the quiet, persistent power of flow and how it can overcome seemingly insurmountable obstacles. This Buddha story teaches us that brute force is rarely the most effective path. The story paints a vivid picture of a narrow stream winding through a valley, its clear waters tumbling over rocks. Master Jiro, an old monk, often meditates by this stream, seeing it as a profound teacher. A young man named Ari, face drawn with frustration, seeks the master, lamenting, I feel stuck. No matter how hard I try, I cannot seem to move forward. I push and push, but nothing changes. Master Jiro points to a large, smooth stone in the middle of the stream and asks Ari, do you see that stone? And do you see how the water flows around it? Ari acknowledges. The master explains, the stone is like the obstacles in your life. It stands firm, unyielding, blocking the path of the stream. But does the stream stop? Does it turn back? No, it keeps moving. The stream does not fight the stone. It does not try to push it out of the way. Instead, it adapts. It finds a new path, flowing around the obstacle with grace and persistence. Over time, it even wears the stone down, shaping it without force. Aries, still struggling, protests, but I am not like the stream. I can't just flow around my problems. They are too big, too heavy. Master Jiro gently corrects him. That is because you are trying to be the stone. You resist, you push, you fight, and in doing so, you exhaust yourself. But if you learn to be like the stream, flexible, patient, and persistent, you will find that no obstacle is truly insurmountable. He even adds that if an obstacle is too big, the stream will rise and overflow it, or carve a new path entirely. Water is soft, but it is also powerful. It does not give up, it transforms. This Buddha story illustrates a core principle of Zen and Taoism: the immense power of adaptability and persistence over brute force. Our natural inclination when facing an obstacle is often to confront it head on, to push and push as Airy does. This approach, while sometimes necessary, often leads to exhaustion, frustration, and a deeper sense of being stuck. The stream's wisdom lies in its effortless action. Wu Wei, it doesn't waste energy, trying to move the immovable. Instead, it embodies intelligent flexibility. The stream's flow teaches us several invaluable lessons. Adaptability. It doesn't insist on a single path. If blocked, it finds an alternative. This encourages us to be creative and open to different strategies when our initial approaches fail. Persistence. Though it flows around, it never stops. Over time, even the softest water can wear down the hardest stone. This speaks to the power of consistent, small efforts. Non resistance. It embraces the obstacle as part of its path, incorporating it into its journey rather than seeing it as a personal affront. This echoes the lesson of the empty boat. The obstacle simply is. Transformation. The stream doesn't just flow around, it can also carve shape and transform the very obstacles that once seemed to block its way. This suggests that challenges, when engaged with patiently, can lead to profound transformation, not just of the problem, but of ourselves. In our modern lives, we frequently encounter stones in our paths. Perhaps it's a career that isn't progressing despite our efforts, a relationship that feels strained and unmoving, a personal goal that seems perpetually out of reach, or systemic issues that feel too large to tackle. Our typical response is to push harder, work longer hours, force difficult conversations, or double down on outdated strategies. This often leads to increased frustration and burnout. The lesson of the stream, powerfully conveyed in this Buddha story, invites us to consider a different way. Instead of fighting against the obstacles, we can learn to adapt. This might mean rethinking our approach. Is there a different angle, a less confrontational way to achieve our goal, seeking alternative paths? Can we find a workaround, a new strategy, or even a completely different direction that bypasses the current blockage? Cultivating patience. Some obstacles simply require time, a slow, persistent flow to wear them down or for new opportunities to emerge, allowing for growth. Perhaps the obstacle isn't meant to be removed, but to force us to grow, to develop new skills, or to become stronger and more adaptable ourselves. Consider this. Is there an obstacle in your life right now that you've been pushing against relentlessly? What would happen if you stopped pushing and instead started to flow around it? How might your energy be better conserved? What new insights or solutions might emerge if you approached it with the graceful persistence of the stream? This Buddha story reminds us that sometimes the softest path is the strongest. Guided reflection, flowing like the stone in the stream. This meditation guides you to embody the adaptable and persistent qualities of a stream, helping you navigate obstacles with ease. Find a quiet place where you can sit comfortably and undisturbed. Close your eyes gently. Take 3 deep, conscious breaths. Inhale slowly and fully, and exhale completely, letting go of any tension or sense of struggle. Allow your body and mind to settle into a state of calm. Now imagine yourself as a crystal clear stream flowing gently and ceaselessly through a beautiful forest valley. Feel the coolness of the water, the natural energy of your current, and the way you move effortlessly around the contours of the earth, over roots, and past moss covered stones. You are in constant motion, yet deeply at peace. As you flow, picture a large, smooth stone appearing in your path, a seemingly immovable obstacle in the middle of your current. Notice how the water of the stream responds. It doesn't stop. It doesn't try to push the stone directly. Instead, it gracefully flows around it, creating gentle ripples, perhaps a small eddy, but never halting its forward motion. It finds the path of least resistance, yet never gives up on its journey. As you watch, imagine yourself flowing around your own obstacles in life. Bring to mind a current challenge or a sense of feeling stuck. Instead of pushing against it, visualize yourself adapting with ease and grace. See yourself finding alternative routes, adjusting your pace, or simply allowing the challenge to be there as you continue your journey around it. Feel the subtle energy of persistent movement, even when the path is not direct. Repeat silently to yourself, like a gentle, empowering mantra: I am like the stream. I flow. I adapt. I persist. No obstacle is insurmountable. Feel this truth resonating within your being, cultivating a sense of calm determination and fluid strength. When you're ready, gently open your eyes. Take a moment to acknowledge any shift in your internal state. Carry this sense of fluidity and resourceful adaptability with you into your day. Notice how you might approach challenges with more patience and creativity, trusting in your own capacity to navigate life's currents. The spider's web, rebuilding with resilience and letting go of self imposed traps. Our final Buddha story in this section, The Spider's Web, offers a nuanced perspective on resilience, focusing on the self imposed traps of our minds and the consistent effort of rebuilding without lamenting what is broken. The story opens in a dense forest home to Master Haku, known for his wisdom. A young monk, Day, arrives burdened by frustration and self doubt. I feel trapped in my own life. Each time I think I've made progress, something pulls me back. How can I free myself? Master Haku takes Day to a spider's web, glistening in the sunlight. He points out its fragility, easily torn by the wind or the passing of an animal. Yet he emphasizes each time it is broken, the spider rebuilds it patiently, persistently, without complaint. Dei still doesn't understand. What does this have to do with my struggles? I am not a spider, and my problems are not so easily mended. The master then turns the question inward. Tell me, Day, what is it that traps you? Day, after hesitation, confesses, my fears, my doubts, my failures, they cling to me like a web, holding me back. Master Haku nods, then delivers the core insight. And who spins this web? Day realizes with a sinking feeling that it is himself. His fears, doubts, and failures are not imposed by the world, but created by his own mind, woven together like the threads of a spider's web. The master's solution is profound in its simplicity. You do not need to destroy the web. You simply need to stop clinging to it. The spider does not lament when its web is torn. It begins again, knowing that the act of building is its nature. In the same way, you must learn to let go of what no longer serves you and trust in your ability as to rebuild. This Buddha story serves as a powerful metaphor for the ways in which we become entangled in our own thoughts, fears, and attachments. Like Day, many of us feel trapped not so much by external circumstances, but by the intricate mental webs we spin around them. We are caught in loops of rumination, self criticism, and limiting beliefs that are largely self created. This aligns with the Buddhist concept of Maya illusion, where much of our suffering arises not from objective reality, but from the subjective, often distorted stories we tell ourselves about that reality. Our minds, in an attempt to make sense of the world and protect us, can inadvertently weave a net of self imposed limitations. The spider's persistence in rebuilding its web repeatedly and without complaint highlights the Buddhist teaching of virya, diligent effort, or perseverance. Life will inevitably bring challenges, setbacks, and tears in our metaphorical webs. The key is not to lament these breaks or to wallow in self pity, but to embrace the natural cycle of building, breaking, and rebuilding. This is a profound form of resilience, the willingness to start anew, to adapt to damage, and to trust in one's inherent capacity for renewal. The spider doesn't dwell on the past state of its web. It focuses on the present act of creation. In our contemporary world, it's incredibly easy to feel like Day, trapped by overwhelming demands, societal pressures, and relentless personal expectations. We often find ourselves replaying past mistakes, agonizing over future uncertainties, or clinging to rigid ideas of how things should be. These mental webs can leave us feeling stuck, paralyzed, and unable to move forward, leading to anxiety, depression, and a sense of powerlessness. The lesson of this Buddha story invites us to take a crucial step back and examine the narratives we constantly tell ourselves. Are we holding on to fears or doubts that no longer serve us? For example, the fear of not being good enough or the doubt that we can achieve our dreams. Are we clinging to perfectionism or an illusion of control, spinning webs of impossible standards that keep us from experiencing the freedom of the present moment? What if the trap is our own attachment to the idea of a perfect, unbroken web? Consider this. What would happen if you consciously decided to let go of just one thread from your personal web of fear, regret, or a limiting belief? How might your perspective shift if you trusted in your ability to rebuild, not perfectly, but patiently, and persistently, just as the spider does. This Buddha story reminds us that while life's challenges may feel overwhelming, they are not insurmountable. The power to break free often lies not in fighting the web, but in recognizing who is spinning it and then choosing to release our own grip on its threads, embracing the natural ongoing process of renewal. Guided reflection, releasing the web, the spider's web. This meditation guides you to identify and release self imposed mental webs, fostering a sense of freedom and resilience. Find a quiet place where you can sit comfortably and undisturbed. Close your eyes gently. Take 3 deep conscious breaths. Inhale slowly and fully, and exhale completely, releasing any tension or mental clutter. Allow your body and mind to settle into a state of peaceful presence. Now imagine yourself standing before a vast, intricate spider's web, shimmering delicately in the sunlight. Notice its many threads, both strong and fragile, extending in all directions. This web represents the intricate network of thoughts, fears, doubts, limiting beliefs, and attachments that you sometimes feel trapped by. Each thread is a story you tell yourself, a worry you hold on to, a past mistake you replay, or an expectation that binds you. As you gaze at the web, bring to mind one specific thread that feels particularly heavy or confining to you right now. Perhaps it's a fear of failure, the guilt from a past decision, a persistent self critical thought, or a rigid expectation about how things should be. Identify that thread. Now visualize yourself gently reaching out and touching that single thread. You don't yank it or angrily tear it down. Instead, with intention and compassion, you gently release your grip on that one thread. Watch as that specific thread begins to unravel, becoming loose and eventually dissipating into the air. Feel the subtle sense of release of lightning as its hold on you loosens. As you continue to breathe, imagine yourself gently releasing more threads one by one. Threads of comparison, threads of resentment, threads of worry about the future. With each release sense, the web's grip on you weakening, creating more space and freedom. Repeat silently to yourself, like a gentle, empowering mantra. I release what holds me back. I trust in my ability to rebuild. I am free to begin again. Feel a growing sense of lightness, spaciousness, and liberation within your being. Acknowledge your inherent strength and capacity for renewal, just like the patient spider. When you're ready, slowly open your eyes. Take a moment to acknowledge any shift in your internal state. Carry this sense of freedom and resilience with you into your day. Notice how you might approach challenges with a renewed sense of possibility, trusting that you can always rebuild and move forward unburdened by self-imposed traps. The path of fluid strength. The Buddha stories in this section, the bamboo grove, the stone and the stream, and the spider's web, collectively illuminate the profound wisdom of adaptability and resilience. They challenge our conventional notions of strength, revealing that it often lies not in rigid resistance or brute force, but in the graceful ability to bend flow and rebuild. By learning to observe our emotions without being consumed by them, by navigating obstacles with flexible persistence, and by releasing the self imposed mental webs that trap us, we cultivate a deep inner strength. This strength allows us to move through life's inevitable challenges, not as victims of circumstance, but as conscious navigators, transforming adversity into opportunities for growth and discovering an enduring peace that transcends external conditions. The journey continues, always inviting us to embody the fluidity of nature and trust in our inherent capacity for renewal, self transcendence, and interconnectedness, the unseen connections. As our journey through Buddha stories unfolds, guiding us from the release of burdens and the clarity of self awareness, we naturally begin to transcend the confines of the individual self. This next phase of exploration delves into self transcendence and interconnectedness, recognizing the unseen threads that weave us into the fabric of all existence. Zen teachings emphasize that our well being is intrinsically linked to the well being of others and the world around us. This perspective broadens our sense of identity, moving us beyond narrow self interest towards a profound sense of unity and universal compassion. In Buddhist philosophy, the concept of anatta, non self, or no soul doesn't imply that we don't exist, but rather that there is no permanent, unchanging, independent self residing within us. Our self is a fluid, interdependent process, constantly changing and arising in relation to everything else. When we realize this interconnectedness, our understanding of suffering and happiness transforms. The stories in this section illuminate how shifting our focus from isolated self interest to a broader compassionate awareness allows us to break free from the very limitations of the ego, discovering a deeper, more expansive sense of purpose and peace. These Buddha stories invite us to dissolve the illusory boundaries between self and other, revealing the profound truth that to truly help ourselves, we must help all. The farmer's luck. Embracing life's unpredictability. Our exploration of interconnectedness begins with the farmer's luck, a classic Zen parable that masterfully illustrates the futility of rigid judgment and the inherent unpredictability of life's unfolding. It challenges our simplistic notions of good and bad fortune, urging us to see the deeper, interconnected dance of cause and effect. The story introduces us to Taro, an old farmer in a quiet valley whose calm demeanor stands out amidst his often agitated villagers. One day, his only horse runs away. The villagers commiserate. What terrible luck! The farmer simply shrugs. Who can say what is good or bad? All I know is that the horse is gone. Days later, the horse returns bringing a magnificent wild stallion with it. The villagers rejoice. What incredible luck! The farmer responds with the same equanimity. Who can say what is good or bad? All I know is that there are now two horses in my stable. Soon after, the farmer's son attempts to tame the wild stallion, is thrown and breaks his leg. The villagers again offer sympathy. What terrible luck, your poor son. How will he help you with the harvest now? Unperturbed, the farmer repeats, who can say what is good or bad? All I know is that my son has a broken leg. Weeks later, war breaks out, and soldiers conscript all able bodied young men. The farmer's son is spared due to his injury. The villagers exclaim, what incredible luck, your son is safe, while ours must go to war. The farmer consistently serene echoes, who can say what is good or bad? All I know is that my son remains here. This Buddha story powerfully conveys the Zen principle of non-attachment to outcomes and the profound truth of anicca impermanence. It demonstrates how our immediate labeling of events as good or bad is based on a limited perspective, a snapshot of a much larger unfolding tapestry. What appears to be a misfortune, the horse running away, can lead to unexpected blessings, a second horse, and what seems like a stroke of luck, the wild stallion, can bring unforeseen challenges, the broken leg. Conversely, a perceived tragedy, the broken leg, can ultimately lead to a hidden blessing, sparing the son from war. Our human tendency is to cling to labels and judgments, creating a rigid framework through which we interpret reality. This clinging leads to dukkha suffering because life is constantly shifting. When we define ourselves or our happiness based on fleeting external conditions, we are perpetually tossed by the waves of fortune. The farmer's consistent equanimity, his ability to remain balanced and at peace, regardless of external circumstances, reflects the Zen ideal. He doesn't emotionally roller coaster with each turn of events. He simply observes what is without overlaying judgment. This is a profound form of self-transcendence, moving beyond the ego's need to control or categorize everything into personal gain or loss. The story also touches upon Wu Wei, the Taoist principle of effortless action or going with the flow. The farmer doesn't resist or cling to any outcome. He simply observes what happens and adapts accordingly without emotional turbulence. By doing so, he avoids the unnecessary pain that comes from trying to control the uncontrollable or predict the unpredictable. He is fully interconnected with the flow of life, recognizing his place within its larger, mysterious rhythm. In our contemporary world, this Buddha story feels incredibly pertinent. We live in a society obsessed with success and avoidance of failure, where every event is quickly judged and categorized. A missed promotion feels like a definitive failure, while a new job offer is instantly celebrated as ultimate triumph. A relationship breakup is devastating, while a new one is the pinnacle of happiness. But how often do we pause to consider the larger picture, the long term ripple effects that transcend our immediate perceptions? How often do we realize that a setback might be a vital redirection or a blessing might come with unforeseen complications that challenge us in unexpected ways? Consider your own experiences. Have you ever faced a moment that felt like an absolute disaster at the time? Perhaps a job loss, a personal conflict, or a significant illness, only to realize much later that it led to a profound positive change, a new opportunity, or a deeper understanding of yourself. Conversely, have you ever celebrated a victory or achievement with immense joy only to find that it brought unexpected pressures, complexities, or responsibilities that tested you in ways you hadn't anticipated? The lesson of the farmer's luck invites us to release rigid judgments and embrace uncertainty as an inherent part of life. Instead of reacting emotionally to every twist and turn, we can cultivate a sense of curiosity and openness. What if instead of asking, "Why did this happen to me?" we asked, "What can I learn from this?" Or, "How might this unexpected turn reveal a new path?" This shift in perspective is a powerful act of self transcendence, moving beyond the ego's narrative of victimhood or triumph into a broader, more accepting view of existence. It is about understanding that we are part of an interconnected web where every event, seemingly good or bad, is merely a thread contributing to the larger design. Guided reflection, embracing uncertainty, the farmer's luck. This meditation guides you to cultivate equanimity and trust in life's unfolding, embodying the wisdom of the farmer's luck. Find a quiet place where you can sit comfortably and undisturbed. Close your eyes gently. Take 3 deep conscious breaths. Inhale slowly and fully, and exhale completely, releasing any tension or judgmental thoughts. Allow your body and mind to settle into a state of openness. Now imagine yourself standing in a vast open field beneath a boundless sky. Feel the earth solid beneath your feet, yet notice how it is also ever changing, subtly shifting with the seasons. You are a part of this vast, interconnected landscape. Bring to mind a recent event in your life that you strongly labeled as good or bad. Picture it clearly in your mind's eye. The details, the emotions you felt at the time, your immediate judgment of it. Hold that image gently. As you hold this image, silently repeat to yourself the farmer's timeless wisdom. Who can say what is good or bad? All I know is that this moment is part of my journey. Allow these words to resonate within you. Now imagine yourself letting go of the need to label or judge this event. See it simply as it is, a moment, a circumstance, a part of the larger flow of your life. Explore the possibility that this event, whether seemingly good or bad, might hold hidden lessons, unforeseen opportunities, or unexpected pathways that you cannot yet perceive from your limited perspective. Trust that, like the farmer, you cannot yet see the full picture, and that's perfectly okay. Rest in this openness to the unknown. Repeat silently to yourself as an affirmation: I release my judgments. I embrace uncertainty. I trust the wisdom of life's unfolding. Feel a sense of freedom and lightness as you let go of the burden of needing to know or control every outcome. When you're ready, slowly open your eyes. Take a moment to acknowledge any shift in your internal state. Carry this sense of openness and non judgment with you into your day, approaching unexpected events with greater equanimity and curiosity. The river and the sky dissolving boundaries of self. From embracing the unpredictability of events, we move to the river and the sky, a beautiful Buddha story that profoundly illustrates the illusion of separateness and the boundless nature of the self when we transcend limited perceptions. The story features a river beautiful and purposeful, yet feeling restless yearning for something beyond itself. It gazes at the vast, boundless sky and murmurs, "How I envy the sky. It has no limits, while I am trapped here." The wind, observing, whispers, "Why do you envy the sky?" The river replies, "Because it is everything I am not. I long to be as boundless and free as the sky." The wind chuckles softly. "Perhaps you do not see yourself clearly. Look closer, and you may find that you are more like the sky than you realize." As the river ponds the wind's words, it begins to notice overlooked details. It reflects the sky's endless blue, the shapes of clouds, and at night, the dancing stars. "I see the sky within me," the river exclaims. "But how can this be? I am still just a river." The wind clarifies, "You are the river, yes, but you are also the sky. You reflect its beauty, its vastness, its ever changing nature. The boundaries you feel are not real, they exist only in your mind. If you let go of them, you will see that you are already free." For the first time, the river stops yearning to be something else, allowing itself simply to be, and in doing so discovers a profound, inherent freedom. This Buddha story is a powerful metaphor for the human experience of longing and the illusion of a separate, isolated self. Like the river, many of us look outward, comparing ourselves to others, wishing we were richer, prettier, smarter, or more enlightened. We perceive our limitations, our unique circumstances, our perceived flaws, our individual identities as rigid barriers to happiness. We believe that true freedom or fulfillment lies out there in becoming something we are not or acquiring something we lack. This constant striving stems from a deep seated sense of insufficiency, fueled by the ego's creation of a separate self. In Buddhist philosophy, this tendency is rooted in dukkha dissatisfaction, which arises from attachment and aversion. We cling to idealized versions of ourselves or others while rejecting aspects of ourselves that we perceive as flawed or incomplete. The river's envy of the sky is a perfect example of this self imposed limitation. The river's realization that it reflects the sky directly aligns with the Zen teaching of interconnectedness and non duality. The river and the sky are not truly separate entities, they are part of a larger unified system. The sky is reflected in the river, and the river is sustained by the sky through rain evaporation. In essence, they are two aspects of the same reality. Similarly, the boundaries we feel as individuals, the sense of being a distinct, separate me, are often constructs of the mind. By letting go of this illusion of separateness, the me versus everything else, we can see ourselves as part of something infinitely greater, a boundless web of existence. This realization brings a profound sense of peace and freedom because the yearning to be more or other dissolves when we recognize the wholeness that is already inherent in our interconnectedness. We are not just a wave, we are the entire ocean. In today's highly individualized and competitive world, this Buddha story offers a vital counter narrative. We are constantly encouraged to stand out, to differentiate ourselves, to build a strong personal brand. Social media, advertising, and societal expectations often amplify feelings of inadequacy, showing us curated, idealized images of success, beauty, and happiness that seem just out of reach. We may find ourselves thinking, if only I were different, more confident, more successful, then I would be free and happy. This leads to a constant state of comparison and a feeling of being perpetually less than. The lesson of the river invites us to shift our perspective fundamentally. Instead of focusing on what we lack or wish to change about our individual river, our personality, circumstances, appearance, we can turn inward and explore the ways in which we are already whole and interconnected. By recognizing the inherent beauty and boundless potential within ourselves and our intrinsic connection to all things, we can let go of the relentless need to compare or strive for an external ideal. This leads to true freedom found in self acceptance and the recognition of our non separate nature. Consider this. Is there an area of your life where you feel limited, inadequate, or separate from others? Perhaps in a group setting or when comparing yourself to peers. What might happen if you looked at that feeling through a different lens, seeing not the boundaries of your individual river, but the ways in which you reflect the vastness of the sky, the universal consciousness, the shared humanity, the interconnected web of life? Can you recognize that your unique flow is not a limitation, but a beautiful manifestation of the whole? This Buddha story reminds us that true freedom isn't about escaping who we are, but about embracing the boundless nature of who we already are in profound unity with all. Guided reflection, seeing the sky within the river and the sky. This meditation guides you to experience the dissolution of boundaries and the inherent freedom of interconnectedness as taught by the river and the sky. Find a quiet place where you can sit comfortably and undisturbed. Close your eyes gently. Take 3 deep conscious breaths. Inhale slowly and fully, then exhale, completely releasing any tension or feelings of separation. Allow your body and mind to settle into a state of expansive presence. Now imagine yourself as a clear, gentle river flowing gracefully through a beautiful, lush valley. Feel the coolness of the water, the natural energy of your current, and the effortless way you move over stones and around bends. You are in constant motion, yet there is a deep sense of peace in your flow. As you flow, look upwards. Picture the vast, boundless sky above you, open, infinite, ever changing, with its clouds, sun, and moon. Feel its immense spaciousness. Now witness how the sky is perfectly reflected on your surface. See its endless blue, the drifting clouds, and the shimmering light of the sun or moon, all appearing clearly within your waters. Notice how the boundary between you, the river, and the sky begins to dissolve. You are both the river flowing uniquely and the sky vast and reflective. The sky is in you, and you are part of the sky. There is no separation. As you continue this visualization, silently repeat to yourself, like a profound realization, I am both the river and the sky. I am whole, just as I am. I am connected to all things. Feel this truth resonating within your entire being, a sense of boundless freedom, acceptance, and profound unity. Release any lingering feelings of limitation or separateness. When you're ready, slowly open your eyes. Take a moment to acknowledge any shift in your internal state. Carry this sense of unity and self-acceptance with you into your day. Notice how your interactions with others and your experience of the world might change when you perceive the deeper, unseen connections. The gate that opens inward, the source of inner peace. The final Buddha story in this section, the gate that opens inward, serves as a culminating lesson on self-transcendence, drawing together themes of seeking control and the true location of inner peace. It profoundly shifts our understanding from an outward quest to an inward realization. The story takes place at a monastery nestled beside a vast meadow, a place of refuge for those seeking wisdom. A merchant named Takashi, a man of great ambition, accustomed to solving problems through sheer determination, arrives. Despite his outward success, he feels an emptiness, as though he was standing before a locked gate that barred him from the peace he so desperately sought. He asks Master Kenzo, "How can I find the peace that lies beyond?" Master Kenzo leads Takashi to a sturdy wooden gate at the edge of the monastery grounds. He asks Takashi to show him how he tries to open it. Takashi, with all his strength, pushes against the gate muscles, straining. It doesn't budge. "It's stuck," he exclaims. "Perhaps it is locked." Master Kenzo simply says, "Try again." Takashi pushes harder, but still nothing. Finally exhausted, he declares, "It's impossible. No matter how hard I push, it won't open." Master Kenzo then steps forward, places his hand gently on the gate, and pulls. With a soft creak, the gate swings inward, revealing the path beyond. Takashi stares in disbelief. It opens inward. The master nods. Yes, and so does the gate to peace. This Buddha story is a powerful and direct metaphor for the inner journey of self discovery and spiritual transformation. Like Takashi, many of us approach life's challenges, especially the quest for happiness and peace, with a deeply ingrained belief that we must push harder, achieve more, or control our circumstances to find fulfillment. We perceive peace as something external, a distant destination, or an elusive state to be reached through strenuous effort and struggle. We push against the world, against ourselves, against the natural flow of things, believing that force is the key to unlocking what we desire. However, the story fundamentally reverses this perspective. It reveals that true peace, true understanding, and genuine happiness cannot be forced or attained through outward striving. They are not external prizes to be won. Instead, they are something we uncover within ourselves. The gate to peace does not respond to outward pressure because it is designed to open in the opposite direction. It invites us to turn our attention away from the external world, away from the endless pushing and striving, and towards the stillness, the quiet wisdom, and the inherent peace that already resides within our own hearts. This teaching aligns profoundly with various Buddhist concepts: vipassana, insight, meditation. This practice encourages practitioners to look inward, observing their thoughts, emotions, and sensations without judgment, allowing insights into the true nature of reality to arise spontaneously. It is an act of pulling inward rather than pushing outward. Non-striving aneti, a core principle that advises against grasping or forcefully trying to attain spiritual states. The more we strive, the further away the moon and the water seems. The gate metaphor perfectly illustrates this. Effort directed in the wrong direction is futile. The inherent nature of Buddha nature, Zen teaches that Buddha nature, the potential for enlightenment, is already within us. We don't acquire it, we simply realize it by removing the obscurations. The gate symbolizes these obscurations, not the absence of peace. In our fast paced, achievement oriented modern society, the lesson of this Buddha story feels incredibly resonant. Many of us are conditioned from a young age to believe that happiness lies in external accomplishments, a promotion, a new relationship, a bigger house, more money, or greater recognition. We push ourselves relentlessly, working long hours, sacrificing personal well being, and living in a constant state of doing, thinking that if we just work hard enough, we will finally unlock the door to contentment. But this constant striving often leaves us feeling exhausted, unfulfilled, and paradoxically more empty, much like Takashi pushing against a gate that will not budge because he's operating under a false premise. The story invites us to pause, reflect, and consider a radical shift in strategy. What if the peace we so desperately seek is not out there, but in here? What if instead of pushing outward, we simply turned inward and allowed ourselves to simply be? What if we cultivated stillness, listened to our inner wisdom, and trusted that genuine peace emerges naturally when we stop fighting and chasing? Is there a gate in your life that you've been trying to force open through sheer willpower or external effort? Perhaps it's forcing a relationship outcome, trying to control a situation at work, or battling an internal struggle with aggressive self improvement. What might happen if you stopped pushing and instead took a step back, turned inward, and allowed yourself to explore what lies within? Can you release the need to control the outcome and simply open yourself to what is present in your internal landscape? Can you embrace the idea that the solution might involve a gentle, receptive pull inward rather than a forceful push outward? This Buddha story reminds us that the answers to our deepest longings are rarely found in the external world. They are discovered within the quiet, sacred space of our own being. By letting go of the need to push, to strive, and to control, we create the necessary conditions for peace and clarity to emerge naturally, revealing a path that has always been available to us. Guided reflection, turning inward, the gate that opens inward. This meditation guides you to experience the profound truth that peace resides within helping you to release external striving. Find a quiet place where you can sit comfortably and undisturbed. Close your eyes gently. Take 3 deep conscious breaths. Inhale slowly and fully, then exhale, completely releasing any tension or outward focus. Allow your body and mind to settle into a state of quiet presence. Now imagine yourself stepping before a tall, sturdy wooden gate. This gate represents whatever you perceive as blocking you from peace, happiness, or fulfillment. Perhaps it's a difficult situation, a sense of inadequacy, or the stress of constant striving. Feel its solid surface beneath your hands, imagining yourself pushing against it with all your might. Notice the effort, the strain, and the feeling of the gate not budging. Now picture yourself stepping out from the gate. Release the urge to push. Instead, bring your attention inward to your breath, to the stillness within your own heart. With gentle intention, place your hand softly on the gate's surface, and this time, pull gently. Watch as the gate, with a soft, almost silent creak, swings inward effortlessly, revealing a luminous path beyond. Step through the gate and into the spacious, light-filled area beyond. This space represents your inner peace, your clarity, your authentic self. Feel a profound sense of openness, ease, and serenity washing over you. There's no longer any need to push or strive. You are simply here. Repeat silently to yourself as a gentle yet powerful affirmation. I turn inward to find peace. I let go of striving and embrace stillness. The gate opens effortlessly within me. Feel this truth resonating throughout your entire being, a profound sense of liberation and calm. When you're ready, slowly open your eyes. Take a moment to acknowledge any shift in your internal state. Carry this sense of inner calm and the wisdom of the inward opening gate with you into your day. Notice how this shift in perspective might influence your actions, leading you to approach challenges with less force and more gentle receptivity. The wisdom of unity. The Buddha stories in this section, the farmer's luck, the river and the sky, and set the gate that opens inward, collectively guide us towards a profound understanding of self-transcendence and interconnectedness. They reveal that true peace and freedom are not found in controlling external circumstances or by grasping after separate goals, but in embracing the inherent unpredictability of life, recognizing our inseparable unity with all things, and turning inward to discover the wisdom that already resides within. By letting go of rigid judgments, dissolving the illusion of separateness, and ceasing our outward striving, we open ourselves to a boundless compassion and a deeper, more expansive sense of being. This path of unity invites us to see every event as part of a larger interconnected dance and to find our true strength not in isolated effort, but in the harmonious flow of existence. We are not just into individual rivers, we are the vast reflective sky, and the gate to our deepest peace has always opened inward. Cultivating inner wisdom and daily practice, living Zen. As our journey through these profound Buddha stories draws towards its close, we arrive at the culmination of Zen wisdom, its application in our daily lives. Having explored the liberation found in non-attachment, the clarity of self-awareness, the transcendence of rigid logic, and the boundless nature of interconnectedness, the final crucial step is to understand that Zen isn't merely a philosophy to ponder or a set of stories to admire. It is a living practice, a continuous cultivation of inner wisdom that transforms every moment into an opportunity for growth and awakening. This section delves into how the abstract principles we've discussed translate into tangible, actionable practices. It emphasizes that Zen is not about achieving a destination, but about becoming the path itself. Our challenges aren't roadblocks to be avoided, but catalysts for deepening our understanding. Our daily routines aren't mundane tasks, but fertile ground for mindfulness. By integrating these timeless teachings into our actions, thoughts, and interactions, we learn to navigate life's inevitable complexities with grace, patience, and a profound sense of inner peace. These Buddha stories will illuminate the path of continuous learning and growth, showing us how to embody wisdom moment by moment. The old tree's wisdom, deep roots and steadiness. Our exploration of living, Zen, begins with the old tree's wisdom, a powerful Buddha story that teaches us where true stability comes from, not from resisting external forces, but from cultivating deep inner roots. The story takes us to a dense forest where an ancient gnarled tree stands strong, its roots reaching deep into the earth. It has withstood centuries of wind, rain, and sun. Nearby, at a monastery, a young monk named Kent, known for his fiery temper and impatience, struggles with his meditation. Frustrated and full of self-doubt, he storms out to the forest, feeling unshaken by the storms of life, like the tree. He sits at its base, sighing, "Why can't I be like this tree?" To his surprise, a voice resonates within his mind. "You see my strength, but do you understand where it comes from? My strength does not come from resisting the wind or defying the storms. It comes from my roots, which reach deep into the earth. They anchor me, nourish me, and allow me to stand tall no matter what happens above." Kent, feeling rootless, asks how he can grow such roots. The tree replies, "Your roots are not in the earth. They are in your breath, your practice, your connection to the present moment. When you feel unsteady, it is because you have forgotten to ground yourself." It advises patience. Each breath you take, each moment of mindfulness is like water and sunlight for your soul. Do not rush the process. Trust that with care and consistency, your roots will grow deeper and you will find the steadiness you seek. This Buddha story beautifully illustrates that true strength and resilience aren't about brute force or unyielding rigidity. They come from inner stability and deep grounding. In life, when we face challenges, the storms of adversity, emotional upheaval, or external pressures, our tendency might be to try and fight them directly, much like a tree trying to defy a hurricane. But as the story reveals, this often leads to exhaustion and even breaking. The old tree's wisdom points to a different path. Cultivate your inner foundations. In Zen philosophy, this idea aligns directly with the fundamental practice of mindfulness, sati, and the cultivation of inner stillness. Just as a tree's roots anchor it against powerful winds, our mindfulness practice anchors us in the present moment. This provides a stable foundation of calm and clarity even amidst chaos. When our roots, our connection to our breath, our body, and the present moment are deep and strong, we can remain steady and centered regardless of the turbulent weather above. The story also emphasizes patience and trust in the process of growth. We cannot force roots to grow overnight. Similarly, developing inner strength and emotional regulation is a gradual process requiring consistent, gentle effort. Each conscious breath, each moment of mindful awareness, each decision to return to the present moment when distracted is like providing water and sunlight to our inner roots. It's not about instant perfection, but about dedicated, compassionate cultivation. In our fast paced, often overwhelming modern world, many of us feel like Kent, unsteady, anxious, and disconnected from a sense of inner strength. We constantly feel pushed and pulled by external demands, social media, and a relentless pace. We might try to push through challenges with sheer willpower only to find ourselves exhausted, frustrated, and more easily destabilized. The lesson of the old tree, illuminated by this Buddha story, invites us to adopt a fundamentally different approach. Instead of focusing solely on the external storms or frantically trying to control them, it urges us to turn our attention inward and nurture our internal foundations. What are your roots? What practices or habits genuinely help you feel grounded, centered, and stable? Is it formal meditation practice? Sitting with your breath daily, even for just a few minutes? Is it mindful movement, yoga, walking meditation, or simply taking conscious steps? Is it connecting with nature, spending time outdoors, feeling the earth beneath your feet? Is it reflective practices, journaling, or simply pausing throughout your day to check in with your inner state? Whatever these practices may be, the key is consistency and compassion. The next time you feel unsteady, overwhelmed, or adrift, remember the old tree. Instead of focusing on the storm raging outside, turn your attention inward and ask yourself, how can I strengthen my roots right now? How can I reground myself in this present moment? This shift in focus is an empowering act of self care and resilience, guided reflection, grounding yourself like the tree, the old tree's wisdom. This meditation guides you to cultivate deep inner roots and stability, embodying the wisdom of the old tree's wisdom. Find a quiet place where you can sit comfortably and undisturbed. Close your eyes gently. Take 3 deep conscious breaths. Inhale slowly and fully, and exhale completely, releasing any tension, restlessness, or feelings of being ungrounded. Allow your body and mind to settle into a state of quiet presence. Now imagine yourself as a magnificent ancient tree, standing tall and strong in the middle of a vast, peaceful forest. Feel your feet or the base of your spine, if seated, rooting deeply into the earth. Visualize your roots extending far down, spreading wide beneath the surface, drawing nourishment and stability from the ground below. Feel the solidity, the unwavering presence of this tree. With each inhale, imagine your roots growing deeper and wider, anchoring you securely. Feel yourself drawing up strength, calm, and vital energy from the earth. With each exhale, release any tension, worry, or unsteadiness you might be holding, allowing it to flow out of you and into the earth like leaves carried away by the wind. Notice how stable and peaceful you feel as your roots deepen. Repeat silently to yourself, Like a grounding mantra, I am grounded. I am steady. My strength comes from within. My roots connect me to peace. Feel this truth resonating throughout your entire being, cultivating a profound sense of inner stability, regardless of external conditions. When you're ready, slowly open your eyes. Take a moment to acknowledge any shift in your internal state. Carry this sense of stability and inner strength with you into your day. Notice how this deeper connection to your roots helps you navigate challenges with greater calm and resilience. The lantern in the fog. Trusting the next step, following the strength of inner roots. The lantern in the fog offers a crucial lesson on navigating life's inevitable uncertainties, emphasizing trust in the present moment rather than a desperate need for a clear, distant future. This Buddha story teaches us that clarity often reveals itself one step at a time. The story opens at a hilltop monastery shrouded in a thick fog, obscuring everything beyond a few feet. A young monk, Haruto, is plagued by doubt, his mind clouded by questions about his path and purpose. He approaches Master Koshi, feeling lost and cannot see the way forward. Master Koshi leads Haruto into the fog and asks if he can see the path ahead. Haruto admits, "No, Master, the fog is too thick." The Master then hands him a lit lantern. The warm glow illuminates only the stones beneath their feet. As they walk, with each step, the light revealed more of the path, guiding them forward through the mist. After a while, Master Koshi asks, "Do you understand now?" Haruto replies, "The lantern doesn't show the entire path, but it gives enough light for the next step." Master Koshi smiles. "Exactly. Life is often like this foggy path. We may not be able to see the destination or even what lies ahead, but if we focus on the step before us, the way will reveal itself in time." Clarity does not come from knowing the entire journey. It comes from trusting the light you carry within you. This Buddha story speaks directly to our human need for certainty and our anxiety when the future is unclear. We often desire a comprehensive roadmap, a guarantee that everything will work out before we dare to take action. Haruto's feeling of being lost in the fog is a universal experience when faced with significant life decisions, transitions, or periods of profound ambiguity. However, Zen emphasizes living in the present moment and the inherent wisdom of that moment. The lantern vividly symbolizes this. It doesn't banish the fog completely, nor does it reveal the entire path. It simply provides enough light for the next step. This is a powerful teaching about trust. Trust in the process, trust in our own inner guidance, the light you carry within you, and trust that clarity will emerge incrementally rather than arriving in a grand revelation. By focusing on what is immediately before us, on the single step we can take, we move forward with confidence, even when the distant future remains obscure. This approach significantly reduces anxiety and empowers us to act. In our fast paced, ever changing modern world, the fog of uncertainty seems thicker than ever. We face complex decisions about careers, relationships, finances, and global issues, often feeling overwhelmed by the sheer volume of variables and the lack of clear answers. The pressure to plan every detail, to foresee every outcome, leads to analysis, paralysis, procrastination, and immense stress. This Buddha story offers a vital counter narrative to this pervasive anxiety. The lesson of the lantern invites us to shift our perspective from trying to force clarity about the distant future to embracing the wisdom of the next small step. Is there an area of your life where you feel stuck or uncertain, waiting for a perfect plan to materialize? Perhaps it's starting a new project, making a difficult personal decision, or navigating a period of transition. What would happen if you stopped just at trying to figure out the entire journey and instead focused solely on the single, most immediate, most practical next step you can take? Can you cultivate trust in your inner lantern, your intuition, your wisdom, your inherent capacity to respond to what arises, to guide you through the mist? This approach not only reduces the immense pressure of needing to know everything, but also cultivates a profound sense of presence and engagement with the moment at hand. Each mindful step, however small, builds momentum and reveals more of the path, gradually dissipating the fog through action rather than anxious anticipation. Guided reflection, trusting the next step, the lantern in the fog. This meditation guides you to embrace uncertainty and trust in the wisdom of taking one step at a time, inspired by the lantern in the fog. Find a quiet place where you can sit comfortably and undisturbed. Close your eyes gently. Take 3 deep conscious breaths. Inhale slowly and fully, then exhale completely, releasing any tension or desire for control over the future. Allow your body and mind to settle into a state of calm receptivity. Now imagine yourself standing on a path shrouded in a thick, soft fog. You can only see a few steps directly in front of you. The distant path at the destination and what lies further ahead are completely obscured by the mist. Feel the weight of this uncertainty, the natural desire to know what lies beyond, to see the whole picture. Now picture yourself holding a warm, glowing lantern in your hands. Its light isn't powerful enough to cut through all the fog, but it clearly illuminates the ground directly before you, just enough of the path for you to take the next step. You feel the warmth of the lantern in your hands, representing your inner wisdom and intuition. As you walk, focus only on the illuminated space before your feet. Take one step, then another, guided by the light of the lantern. Trust that as you take each step, the light will continue to reveal the path moment by moment. You don't need to see the entire staircase, just the next step. Feel a sense of gentle confidence growing as you move forward, even in the mist. Repeat silently to yourself like an affirming guide. I do not need to see the whole path. I trust the light within me to guide my way. I take the next step with courage. Feel this truth resonating within your core, cultivating a profound sense of peace amidst uncertainty. When you're ready, slowly open your eyes. Take a moment to acknowledge any shift in your internal state. Carry this sense of trust and presence with you into your day. Notice how you might approach decisions and challenges with less anxiety, focusing on the immediate, actionable steps rather than being paralyzed by the unknown future. The butterfly's struggle, transforming adversity. Our final Buddha story for cultivating inner wisdom focuses on the transformative power of adversity, challenging our natural inclination to avoid struggle and highlighting its essential role in growth. The story features Master Eshin in his monastery garden where he observes a cocoon. A young monk, Taro, burdened by self-doubt, feels he is failing in my practice, trapped, unable to break free. He sees the cocoon trembling as the creature inside struggles and asks Master Eshin, should we not help it? If we cut the cocoon, it could be free. Master Eshin shakes his head. No, Taro. To help it now would do more harm than good. The struggle is necessary. Taro watches as the butterfly slowly, painstakingly pushes its way out. Its wings are crumpled and wet, its movements weak. After what feels like hours, it emerges resting to gather strength. Taro asks, why did it have to suffer so much? Master Eshin explains, the struggle is what gives the butterfly its strength. As it pushes against the walls of the cocoon, its wings grow stronger, preparing it for flight. Without the struggle, it would never be able to fly. Taro realizes his own struggles, which he viewed as obstacles, might actually be shaping him. Master Eshin confirms, each challenge you face is like the cocoon, an opportunity to grow, to build the strength you will need for the journey ahead. Do not fear the struggle, embrace it, for it is through struggle that you will learn to soar. This Buddha story offers a profound metaphor for personal growth and transformation. Our natural human tendency is to view challenges, difficulties, and hardships as undesirable as barriers to our happiness or peace. We seek to avoid them, eliminate them, or escape them. But as the story powerfully illustrates, these struggles are not external punishments or signs of failure. They are essential catalysts for growth. They are the very forces that forge our strength, develop our capacities, and prepare us for the next phases of our lives. In Buddhist philosophy, this idea aligns with the understanding of dukkha, suffering, not as something inherently negative to be eradicated, but as a natural and often necessary part of existence. It is through mindful engagement with suffering that we develop wisdom, compassion, and resilience. The butterfly's arduous emergence from the cocoon directly reflects the Zen teaching of virya, diligent effort, and resilience. Just as the butterfly's wings are strengthened by the very friction and pressure of its confinement, our own inner strength, character, and wisdom are forged through the challenges we face. Without the struggle, the butterfly would emerge weak and unable to fly. Similarly, without challenges, we would remain stagnant, unable to truly soar in our lives. In our modern world, we often try to engineer comfort and avoid any form of struggle. We seek quick fixes, immediate gratification, and paths of least resistance. We tend to view setbacks as failures, mistakes as unrecoverable errors, and difficulties as proof that we are not good enough or on the wrong path. This cultural narrative often leads to a diminished capacity for resilience as we haven't trained ourselves to navigate discomfort or persistent effort. The lesson of the butterfly, illuminated by this Buddha story, invites us to radically reframe our perspective on adversity. What if our struggles are not holding us back, but actively helping us grow? What if the very challenges we wish to avoid are precisely the ones designed to teach us how to fly, to discover depths of strength and wisdom we never knew we possessed? Is there a difficulty in your life right now that you've been resisting avoiding or simply wishing away? Perhaps it's a demanding project, a complex relationship issue, a personal habit you're trying to change, or a period of intense learning. What might happen if you viewed this struggle as your cocoon, an essential, albeit uncomfortable phase of transformation? Can you approach this challenge not with dread, but with curiosity about the strength it is building within you? This Buddha story reminds us that while struggle may be uncomfortable, even painful, it is also profoundly transformative. By facing our challenges with patience, courage, and an open heart, by trusting the inherent wisdom of the process, we can indeed discover new strengths, develop new capabilities, and ultimately learn to soar in ways we never imagined. It is a powerful affirmation that growth often lies just beyond the edge of our comfort zone. Guided reflection, embracing the struggle. The butterfly's struggle. This meditation guides you to reframe and embrace personal struggles as opportunities for growth, drawing wisdom from the butterfly's struggle. Find a quiet place where you can sit comfortably and undisturbed. Close your eyes gently. Take 3 deep conscious breaths. Inhale slowly and fully, and exhale completely, releasing any resistance, frustration, or fear of difficulty. Allow your body and mind to settle into a state of acceptance. Now imagine yourself as a butterfly curled safely inside its cocoon. Feel the snugness of the space around you. For a moment, experience the stillness within this protective enclosure. Now imagine the process beginning. Feel gentle internal stirrings. Picture yourself beginning to push against the inner walls of the cocoon. It's a struggle, a significant effort, and you might feel a sense of tightness or resistance. This pushing is not frantic or desperate. It's a determined, purposeful effort to break free. As you continue to push, not with frustration, but with determination, notice what happens within you. Visualize your wings crumpled and wet, at first beginning to strengthen with each effort. This struggle is precisely what is sending vital fluid into your wings, preparing them for their ultimate purpose. Feel this strengthening, this building of inner power. Trust that the struggle is shaping you, giving you the precise strength and resilience you will need for the journey ahead, the journey of flight. Repeat silently to yourself, like an empowering mantra: My struggles are my teachers. Through them I grow stronger. I embrace my cocoon, knowing it leads to flight. Feel this truth resonating throughout your entire being, cultivating a profound sense of inner power and acceptance of life's transformative processes. When you're ready, slowly open your eyes. Take a moment to acknowledge any shift in your internal state. Carry this sense of resilience and the transformative power of struggle with you into your day. Notice how you might approach difficulties with a renewed sense of purpose, seeing them as opportunities to develop your inner strength and learn to soar. The journey of living Zen. The Buddha stories in this section, the old tree's wisdom, the lantern in the fog, and the butterfly's struggle collectively guide us towards the heart of living Zen, the integration of wisdom into our daily experience. They reveal that genuine stability comes from cultivating deep inner roots, that clarity emerges by trusting the next step even in uncertainty, and that our greatest strengths are often forged within the crucible of adversity. Zen is not a distant ideal, but a present reality manifested through our conscious engagement with each moment. By grounding ourselves in mindfulness, embracing the unknown with trust, and transforming our struggles into profound opportunities for growth, we embody the timeless wisdom of these teachings. The path isn't separate from us. We become the path itself, walking each step with grace, presence, and an ever deepening sense of inner peace. This continuous cultivation is the essence of living a life truly aligned with Zen, the endless journey of awakening. As our exploration through these 25 Buddha stories draws to a close, we arrive not at an end, but at a profound new beginning. This journey hasn't been about reaching a distant destination, but about guiding us back to ourselves, to the stillness, clarity, and peace that have always been within. We've traversed the landscapes of non-attachment, learned to see with mindful awareness, transcended the limitations of logic, and embraced the fluidity of change. The wisdom distilled from these ancient tales isn't meant to remain confined to the pages of a book or the moments of quiet reflection. It is intended to be lived, breathed, and embodied in the fabric of your everyday existence. Throughout these pages, we've encountered universal truths illuminated by simple yet profound narratives. From the weight of the teacup revealing the burden of clinging to the golden seams of the broken vase, celebrating resilience and imperfection. Each story has offered a unique lens through which to view our struggles and our potential. We've seen how the empty boat teaches us non reactivity, how the mirror of truth invites honest introspection, and how the silent bell calls us to clear away internal clutter. We ventured beyond words with the silent answer, the sound of one hand clapping, and the moon in the water understanding that some truths are felt, not just thought. Finally, we learned from the bamboo's bend, the stream's flow, and the butterfly's struggle that true strength lies in adaptability and embracing adversity. And from the old tree's wisdom, the lantern in the fog, and the inward opening gate, that our deepest peace is found within, guiding us one mindful step at a time. The continuous cultivation of Zen. Zen is not a static philosophy, nor is it a belief system to simply adopt. It is a dynamic living practice, a continuous process of self discovery and refinement. The lessons from these Buddha stories are not one time insights. They are seeds that require ongoing nurturing. Just as a garden needs constant tending, our inner landscape requires consistent cultivation through mindfulness, compassion, and acceptance. Every day presents new opportunities to practice. The next time you feel a surge of anger, remember the empty boat and ask if you're personalizing an impersonal event. When faced with a perceived failure, recall the broken vase and consider how the cracks might reveal new strength. If you're overwhelmed by uncertainty, let the lantern in the fog remind you to focus on the next clear step. These aren't just mental exercises. They are invitations to fundamentally shift your relationship with life's challenges. The path of Zen is walked in moments. Each conscious breath, each non judgmental observation, each choice to respond with awareness rather than reaction. It is a path of letting go not just of negative emotions, but of rigid expectations, the need for control, and the illusion of a separate self. It is a path of being present, fully immersed in the richness of the here and now, rather than constantly grasping for a future that may never arrive, or lamenting a past that can't be changed. It is also a path of compassion, recognizing our shared humanity and interconnectedness with all beings, embracing the journey. Ultimately, the wisdom of Zen, as illuminated by these Buddha stories, points to a profound liberation freedom from the self imposed suffering born of attachment and ignorance. It teaches us that peace is not a destination at the end of a long, arduous quest, but a quality of being that can be cultivated in any moment, regardless of external circumstances. It's about finding calm in the chaos, clarity in the confusion, and strength in vulnerability. The journey inward is unique for everyone, unfolding at its own pace and in its own way. There will be moments of clarity and moments of doubt, steps forward, and perceived setbacks. This is all part of the natural flow, the dynamic dance of life. The key is to approach each experience with patience, curiosity, and self compassion. Do not strive for perfection, but for authenticity. Do not seek to eliminate struggle, but to learn from it. Do not chase enlightenment, but realize it in the ordinary, precious moments of your day, your continuing path. As you reflect on these stories, I invite you to take a moment to pause and breathe. What resonated with you most deeply? What particular lesson spoke directly to your heart or offered a new perspective on something you've been carrying? Perhaps there was a story that mirrored your own struggles or provided a gentle nudge towards a new way of being. Your insights are valuable, not just for yourself, but for others too. If these Buddha stories have brought you even a small sense of calm clarity or insight, consider carrying this wisdom forward. Share your reflections with a friend. Integrate a guided meditation into your routine, or simply take a moment each day to practice mindful breathing. Every small act of conscious awareness strengthens your inner roots and illuminates your path. A community of shared wisdom. The path of Zen, while deeply personal, is also one of shared experience. By reflecting, discussing, and living these teachings, we contribute to a collective wisdom that can uplift and inspire others. If this journey through Buddha stories has resonated with you, consider supporting spaces that foster such wisdom. Engaging with this content, sharing your thoughts, and connecting with like minded individuals helps to spread this timeless light to those who need it most. Final thoughts. Becoming the path. Remember, Tege is not about finding all the answers. It's about learning to sit with the questions. It's not about achieving a fixed state of enlightenment, but about embracing the continuous process of awakening. It's about trusting in the unfolding of each moment and finding profound beauty in the ordinary experiences of your day. As the Buddha once said, you cannot travel the path until you become the path itself. May this journey inspire you to embody the wisdom you've encountered, allowing it to transform your life from the inside out. May you find peace in the present strength in your struggles and boundless clarity in the ongoing process of becoming. Thank you for being here, dear traveler. The empty boat filled with Buddha stories awaits your return. Take care, and may your journey be filled with awakening one mindful moment at a time.